all my things together. Good to go. They removed a whole bunch of followers. Saves me the trouble, doesn't it? Time with a as you know. Huh, something funny. Second. Perils of primal casting. Device. I'm not sure if it's, but I'm doing it anyway. Uh, hmm, every Discord. Got going. One last location. Post. All this beforehand, but yeah, you know. Okay. That going, that going. I post there, there. That. So I would just like to point out that I talk about copyright on YouTube, and it's a thing, you know. So I go and do that, and I decide to raid someone, but I foolishly left YouTube still running when I did it. And for having done that, for the last few seconds of this stream, right here, I get a copyright. It doesn't affect anything, but it's the last few seconds. Do you see how long the stream went before I turned it off? That's 15 seconds there. Like a 9-hour thing, and they're like, yep, copyright claim. Now you know. Gotta end the stream on YouTube before I look at rating anybody out of fear of copyright claim. Anyway, all that crap aside, everything posted to all the places that are supposed to be posted. Go back to messing with things. Today I'm going to make a list of all the stuff that I need. Go back to just focusing on making the path to the boss better. You know, just make it where I literally have everything figured out and just build all the levels through there. So this way, I have like a playable demo of sorts. I may even put enemies in this place like that. I don't even know. You can actually just put them in the H load. So now that I know I can do that, I could actually just place them where I want them to be. So there's always there instead of randoming them in like I've been doing. because the H load would remove them. Of course, then with that point, I need to make the H load longer because if they're in the H load, then you get outside of it, it would just, you know, RFG them, and that's not very good. Whereas these don't, these RFG them too, but not the projector lights, but only if you get far enough away. These can be in the H load too. That's an idea as well. Makes it inconsistent on where they end up, but not terrible. How many nav meshes down? Let's get rid of that crap. I do not. We're at the restream. Back of people talking. I mean, there's not usually people talking very early in stream, so. So, let's see what we're doing. Oh, get all my notes together. I have a bunch of stupid text documents. I've been collecting them up without actually really getting all my notes together. There are just so many notes everywhere, and what's the point in making notes if I don't read them later? Right? That's what it is. So we're just gonna put together all the notes. I got like so many of these. More notes. I did this actually. There's like a little spawning home thingy. It's not like perfectly finished, but spawn walls. I don't think they're. I don't need that one. If I had any good ideas in the past, all in. I must have been really old. I have movable drawers. Uh-huh. Really old. Maybe on that. The rest of the crap I don't care about. It's pretty old too. You can see I've been collecting notes for a while. I've never read that much, right? But I have so many different note things. Important question to ask on that one, so we'll keep that information. Brand new document, so this kind of have everything going. This was pretty old. Breakable clown statues. That is an option. Blend space for the hair. I already did that. I don't know if I'm gonna do this one, but I'll add it to the list. Got some problems. Pretty old. Probably do this here for a dialogue thing, but I'm not doing that yet because the dialogue is broken, or the plugin is, and they're not updating it, so I need a new one. Sure. Oh, this was additional information about possible story stuff. That to keep there. Mostly world building. They do have a lot of world building things. These need to be fixed here. Actually, all those seem like things. Actually, fix this. Those are both fixed. I might add those here. I actually did that. I fixed this. That. I can't fix that yet. Yeah, this is actually pretty recent notes. I've actually been doing exactly this. Okay. Keep all that. I'll get all these notes figured out eventually. Yeah, I just gotta. I opened that one already. Gotta go through all these so I know exactly what the select fixed. I already included this in my thing there. I actually worked on that. There. They do. I did all that. Maybe jump scares. I don't know. Having some scary element in this would be good. Sure. I already did the boss health thingy. Maybe we have dancing pipes. I don't. That sounds weird. Care about the rest. Stuff to remember. Sure. And whatever. A lot of notes. So I've been collecting for a while. You want this? Where does this? Only this. That's last of the notes that are on there. So then I can combine them with the big note. The Google Drive. It was old. Really old. Huh. Oh, the notes have 26 pages. Oh, I see, because I was talking to someone and I copied the entire conversation to save myself trouble of having to remember it all. I'm not going to worry about that. Put this in like the needed for the demo notes or something like that. So please find notes here in my needed for the demo thingy. Oh, that was a funny sensor thingy. All right, so I already did this. I'm pretty sure I fixed that. Secondary effect for the Hero fan I haven't done yet. I need to do that. If supers are a thing, I think they will be. I'm pretty certain they, well, it might be a secondary ability if anything. Oh yeah. Someone said there's an achievement for actually touching grass. Perfect. Sure. No, I like it killing the player. So additional things here. Any World 2. Go back to the toy maze, the waiting room, Patrick's room. This is where the game now changes to Apple. All records. There is no library anymore. Actually, there is a library. It's after the Hall records now. Key did I put here? You can see my game dev doc. It's, but you know, that's not super important there. So let's see. The order here is this, and then the next key for the dining room, I believe I put over here in the storage. Looking for the information there. Yeah, the dining room key there. So it's gonna be stored. I was making a layout of everything you had to do in the game, but I don't need to do that because I mean, fine. You can go to the library first. Why would you go to the library first? Let's ask this question. I'm sure there's something in there that's interesting. That'd be a good place to hide a tarot or something. So at this point, the only tarot you would get would be a 5th tarot. Involved with a library, maybe. I actually might put the key over here for this thing and just put some sort of special collectible in there. Because this is much cooler than the other way for the dining room. I don't really want you going in the dining room first. I think I'd rather go to the library first. I think I'll put the dining room key here and put the library key somewhere else. Shoot. Probably going to restructure some things here, but I don't like having that here. And then there's a storage room key. Oh. I was just really happy. I was like, he is so big. Why so big? There's definitely going to be a lot of improvements to the level design as I go, especially with new abilities that show up. Now that the Empress is a thing, it really changes some of the rooms that just didn't have a thing before. And now I can just put Empress plants places to get up to things, and I don't have to make easy pathways because the Empress is already there and, you know, kind of does everything you need to do in the first place. It restricts a lot of need for things. These also kind of suck because they're so, I mean, they provide a way up, but they also guaranteed provide a way up. Like they eliminate a need to find a way up on a lot of places, so. But maybe they're not terrible. We'll see. This room's definitely going to get a huge remake. I mean, I did a concept for it, but the concept is boring, as most of the concepts often are. It's later that I come up with a better plan. So with that set in place, let's go back to working on this thing here. So at that point, I don't want you to go to the storage room first. I want you to go to the library first. I'm putting the rooms you have to pass through. So this way I know if you're going back through it. And either of these are optional. It doesn't really matter. Technically, this is an optional room, so we'll put it here, optional. Not every room needs to be necessary. Library. Record. Copy paste so I can get the same size. Dining room. Hallway 2. I need a name for it, but I don't have a name for it, so. Um, you know what? What if it's called the Forbidden Hallway because it's next to the Forbidden Toys room? Also connects to Charlotte's room. I might not have Charlotte's room connect to the library. I might just say no on that one. I could see it being a thing. I can adjust this a bit so it's taking less space, not pushing my keyboard off. So yeah, we'll call it the Forbidden Hallway. It just sounds cooler than Hallway 2. I know, Hallway 2. Right? Sound cooler than Hallway 2. Basically nothing ever. Actually, Hallway 2 is way cooler than Forbidden Hallway. A lot of things connect to the Forbidden Hallway. There we go. I think I'm going to remove this here. I don't really think I want to connect it. I think I might just connect it here and just make it a thing. So you don't get confused by having that extra door there. Yeah. I only want 2 exits from here. Well, 3, I guess. 4 seems like a lot. At least I'm follow my Keep Legend. I'm busy trying to really come up with the exact layout of how I want the game to be. Some things are just kind of not in the location I want them to be yet, so. Also, this door just feels like it's too small. You can see around it. Ah, slam it in their face. That'll show them. Yeah, I'm currently going over a big collection of, well, a to-do list here with my combining all my notes of things that are broken and getting the exact order for the game. Because, yeah, um, started realizing that I might want to focus a little. Or just maybe. Just maybe. Maybe focus a tiny bit. Um, I'll get to testing things in a second. I had like 20 or different note thingies I'd kept. So Hall Records 2, well, yeah, it goes Filmmakers Workshop, Painting World, Carnival Room, Magician Room, Toy Maze, Painting World 2, sure. Let me see the waiting room, yeah. No. What is going on here? Off. Click on. That's the fire room. Then Patrick, actually, then the waiting room 2, and then Patrick's room, because you got to go back and get the keys. I might just put all the events in the right order too. Waiting room 2, Patrick's room, Boy Maze 3, Magician room 2, complete way through the game. I might put something in there in the second trip through. Chapel, Hall of Records. And then you can go to the storage room as an optional. The library, back to the Hall of Records, dining room, the Forbidden Hallway. And then from there, it's washroom. And then, where am I going to put the next painting? I guess in the library there's a third painting. So, from the library, right, so I'm putting a painting. The paintings are portals in this game to other areas, so, or to the painting world, so I'm going to have one painting here. That puts one in the toy maze, one right over here. Those two are really surprisingly close. Got one in the carnival room, in the toy maze, one there. I'm putting a fourth one. Maybe? I don't know if I have a reason to. There might just be 3 trips to the painting world in here as options. There's one in the toy maker's place too. That's 4 painting world paintings you have to go and do. But one of them actually acts as a traversal point, so it's not like it's not like it's gratuitous or extra there. There might be a 4th painting. I don't know where one's going to go. We'll go ahead and just move past that temporarily. Figure out what the plan is. That's what we're doing here, is figuring out the exact plan. The Painting World 3, all the records at that point, it'd be library 2, wouldn't it? You pop back into the library. I'm probably going to put jump scares and things in this. This is why I'm planning everything exactly. Back to the Hall of Records. Now you can enter the dining room. From the dining room, you can get to the Forbidden Hallway, then the washroom, and then back to the Forbidden Hallway. In case I want a jump scare in there. There. And then from this point on, you should be at the Forbidden Toys room. And then from there, am I doing this optional? Get the starter. I could put keys in here too, so I might do that too. Yeah, optional get the starter. We'll keep that. You know, there could be an NPC who gives you a warehouse, the storage room key, or the library key. You know, keys that aren't super necessary. We'll say storage key. Then I could take it out of the world, and I might change that up. We'll put events there. I don't need. I keep using the same save command that I would use for Unreal Engine, but for this, but you don't have to. So don't need that. Painting World 3. What I do need now would be the Forbidden Hallway 3. So I already replaced the need for those things because I literally have the Empress now, which grows plants, so I don't need that. We're taking out the cook fight. because there's too much little space between the Patrick fight and the Voodoo fight at that point. So it's like there's only like 6 rooms between them. So 3 rooms for the next boss would be insane. We'll keep this on the back burner, I guess, of ideas. Well, I can sit under the dining room thing. I don't think there's going to be a fight there, though. But maybe. But I'm going to put it here just because it's not bad. It's just I don't think it's what I want to do. The final room will, of course, be Charlotte's bedroom. Looks like I can just delete a bunch of crap because all these rooms got removed. Because I restructured the entire place. So we go this order here. Oh wait, do this order. This back to here. That point would be like the library 3. Because the way down is going to be in the safari room. And then from this point on, at that point, it's no formatting, please. Of opening the door to the hidden grotto ends the demo. That should be the full context of where everything is going to go in the game. And I'll start putting all the events in there so I can make certain everything is done. Dodging cost sanity. I made it cost curse. I don't need that again. I've never seen a Metroidvania game in my life that lets you block, so let's not bother to be the first. You already have enough things there. Stamina for dodge. Thank you. I already have that. All this can go into tarot. Sometimes you got to sit there with your games and you got to really go through and just figure out everything that's going to happen. You know, every little change. Okay, so possible the Holo records. I'm gonna just take all the notes I have from this and put them where they're supposed to be. A lot of notes. I'm insanely tired of them being everywhere. You know, where I can't use them. And I really need to lock down what I plan on building. That's fine. Collectibles. Put this notes here. We do want a rat fight. I don't know when you're going to fight the rat though, but maybe sooner rather than later. Have this already. Have a reference putting collectibles indoors, right? I mean, that's kind of already put part and parcel with that. I have a lot of notes. Like a lot. Like um silly stuff. Silly ideas is fine. I should number these so they're easier to keep track of. Have generic things there. I don't need this. Keep the fixes to do at the very top, though. I don't even know if we need fixes to do so much because there's ideas all the way around here. So already have a generic. Perfect. I don't want collectibles under the generic. I want makeable clown statues as a thing, maybe. I think I'm gonna make one called Painting World to keep track of. Yeah. Because I have things say Painting World, so just to avoid the issue of doubling up. I wrote this thing Dancing Pipes. I have no idea what that even means. You can go under the weird generic thingies here. Actually, that sounds like a silly idea versus anything else, so we'll put it under silly. Right, combat fixes. Okay, we'll just guess the enemies are sliding when they die. What a surprising amount of crap going on here that needs to be figured out. Oh, I don't need some of those are for Sally's room, but I guess I can add the stuff later into the demo, but we'll just continue adding things that aren't going to be in the demo. But it would be grotto. Sally's room. Probably going to change Sally's room to something else. This launcher thing is a fix that just needs to be done on other things. It's not part of Sally's room. It needs to be fixed for just in general. I'll just put up that. I'm scared. There might be some horror in the game. You will see on this. Maybe we run all those things. All it fixes and add it to the bottom here for this. I have a bunch of stuff in there already. So, well, probably should go out of my way to keep track of what I need to do for each room. This will be great because then I can just go through and go scroll down here and just check the notes for each one here. Fixes. I have so many notes. I've already spent like 40 minutes just fixing my notes. Painting world. Fixes. Things are pretty numbers on things. But a lot of them just copy pasting. This is getting a huge change. Gotta love notes, yo. Love notes. Can I add these to the thing here? Almost got all my notes fixed up here. I think the magician having problems is due to lag, so that. That just leaves some world building stuff that I'm gonna grab and drag over to a different document entirely. I have so much world building stuff, so many things, just working on things. Did I do this? I can delete my previous note. That puts most of my notes together, not all of them. The vast majority of the notes I currently have, and I'm just gonna be able to add this as I go, whatever I need to fix, as opposed to having just a million text documents. Told it to empty my recycle bin, and there's 48,000 things in there. Mostly from deleting games. It happens. Okay. Now I can get started on the important thing. Before happens. So I need. Was Abri going? Fair enough. Let me fix this launcher problem. I think it's all the launchers. Maybe not. Launcher parent, probably. There's nothing on this, right? It's just, yeah, nothing. It's the launcher parent. Do this. Then I'm gonna take other actor and just ram it into here. That should fix the launcher problem. Or it's just launching the player character instead. This. And then, I wonder if I did the same thing on the landmines or not. I might have. Now I already did other actor on these. They only launch Poppet though. Quite fine with that. I guess you get the enemies onto it. I don't know. We'll test the launchers real fast. I'm pretty certain that's all I had to do though. Could easily fix the problem. I'm probably going to change this up. It might just be the Pirate City. It wasn't an option before, but now it is. Yeah, it's probably going to get called Pirate City. We'll see. There's going to be changes that are made throughout the whole thing here. I like to make cool looking rooms, but then I change things whenever I want to make it more playable. But having just a concept available really makes a huge difference. Hey Ponton, how's it going? I'm just testing fixes here. I combined all my notes together for like, maybe like 40 minutes to go through all my notes, but my notes are good now. Mostly. Nothing else is... Wait, they can get launched too. I like that actually. Alright, so we fixed that. This is my needed for the demo thingy. And just all the notes, and I'm just putting in all the events that are going to happen in the game too, and any fixes in each of the different rooms and the entire layout of how to go through the game. The demo ends right here, but I'm going to start adding stuff after the fact too. I don't plan on doing any of these things anytime soon, but at least having an exact layout for the game, and like every time you pass through them each time, does help. Gives me an exact idea of where I want everything to be. And what percent I think it's done. Maybe I'll start marking the percent I think they're done too. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing, just going through and had like, I think 15 different little bits of notes, like little note files I'd set up. I also have like got a bunch of stuff I should probably pull in from here too, because I actually have a notes one as well, and this thing is like 26 pages or something. With musings and most of it's like musings that I had and tarot stuff and things like that. I need to add to my world. And there are a couple fixes, I think. Tesla coil, kill. If you jumps on them, I mean, actually, go ahead and pull a couple more things in here while I'm at it. We'll have way down here. We'll just plot the whole game's layout as I go along here. Super far in with a great board. Concept ideas. Oh. You just gotta bribe them with lots of caffeine and, you know, duct tape. Duct tape helps a lot of people work on things. Especially if they didn't want to. You can get like, go to the dollar store. I guess it's $1.25 right now. And, you know, get a roll. Nothing. Nothing at all. Oh. Well, you're gonna have to have the cost of, you know, a car trip out there. You know, clean out that trunk, you know, so you can have a convenient way to get her back, and, you know, more duct tape. No, don't do any of those things unless she wants to do that. Well, you know, and if that's what you do with your free time, you know, she likes that. That is one of the crappy things about doing game dev. Is most people I know who are into it, um, really just don't exist in my area. So I have to basically deal with people who are on the other side of the world or whatever, and that makes working with them. I realized I had notes on this too. I have notes everywhere. These are old. Keep hitting Control Shift S to try to save my Google Docs. Can't do that. God, some of these are old. The system where the light reduces your curse power. Well, we're not doing that. It's already annoying enough. No, we're not doing more curse power there. Digital change from attack curse? No. All attacks projectile based? No. Have weapons now? Stupid. There's not even a cardboard maze anymore. So we don't need that crap. I need to just re-import Violet entirely. I already took her out. The Moonlit Garden's no longer a thing. It was a completely different map. I got rid of it because it was crap. Um, oh, nope. Got 511 things to do. Air attack for the fool did that ages ago. Stomp attack, got that. Pin projectile, got that. He already kind of jumps around. Voodoo doll's better, yeah. They already have better ones. Spinning attack like a top. Yep, do that already. Poppet's dodge is less awkward now. She now phases out and literally creates a thingy. And then writing information thingies. Yeah, pretty much. Having to explain a lot of random things. Definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. It's kind of annoying. The rest of this just looks like notes. Conversations that I need to go through, and I'm not going to do that on here because I don't think any of that's necessary. I've already done a lot of this crap. So for that would be like my tentative things here. Resurrection ritual. Painting world. Basement. Oh, my game dev doc? No, this is not the game dev doc. Let me show you my game dev doc. It's out of date, but it was how I originally built things. This is my ordering how the game's going. It might get added to the game dev doc in the long run, but I will show you my game dev doc. Right. The game idea, things like that. I haven't even written all the effects in here because like they got I did this a while ago. The original order of the things, which I changed around, including story things too. There's 70 pages. You can see the original layout of the games, the original look of Poppet. Well, original. Changed up a lot of things. Stuff got changed quite a bit from having a dilapidated place to what it is now. Original look of the Voodoo Fight Room. Very hard to see. She looked pretty ominous though. I made her smaller. Charlotte's original room. Originally I had this big huge thing. You can see the layout of the Moonlit Garden, which looked more like this and was actually outdoors, but I think everything was flat instead, so it was different. Dip in a bottle. The look I had for Sally, I'm not sure I'm going to keep it. Look at Anna and her weird, uses a giant serving fork as her weapon. Some of the original ideas for the original chapter things. I started adding some more recent stuff in here to kind of do that. An original basement thing before I changed the whole thing. The various ways to go. Bosses, ending things. Yeah. The evil Charlotte as well. Yeah, there you go. We have a lot of pages, 70 of them. I'm going to go through at some point and probably fuse this into there, because this has kind of become the more updated version of what's going on with less pictures going on, but now I have the exact order of rooms for the demo going on. I'm going to just put every single event that happens in each of those for the demo and make certain they're all done, put all the different collectibles in everything, and just start really hammering out making the demo what it's supposed to be. I'm also adding some additional things in here just, you know, for after the demo, which is because I had notes for it. As the demo ends, you never go to this room, you never go to, in the demo, you never go to any of these rooms over here that I was working on, or while I was working on. The tomato room, you don't even go there. You never make it to the hidden grotto, because it actually ends when you open this door to the hidden grotto. So you mostly just make it to this room and then all the other rooms up above, you know. This room, Patrick's room, Toy Maze, Magician room, Carnival room. The Forbidden Toys room is where we're at the boss. Chapel. Get to the Hall of Records. You get to the storage room too as an optional thing. You get to go to the dining room, the library, the Forbidden Hallway, which we haven't done much with yet, the washroom, which I still need to work on, and Charlotte's bedroom to find out some things. Yeah, I mean, the demo basically is all the way up to fighting, well, you fight Voodoo, and then it's possible, like, it is possible that I actually end the demo at you entering Charlotte's bedroom, because you find out a bunch of like story information there. And I'm gonna tweak this bedroom. I just put a bunch of things here as an example. Because you can't enter normally in this room. Well, one, the key's not here. But Charlotte's in here, and if you can't chase Charlotte away, you wouldn't be able to do anything. So you have to chase her away. You let Oliver out of his thing, and he chases her off because she's afraid of Oliver for some reason. So he chases her away, and then you can get in there and get the key to the hidden grotto, which then lets you progress the game and find out information. So, like, have her diary in there and things, like some collectible things you can learn. Because a lot of the story is not going to be told through dialogue so much as collectibles, because you're not going to have a sit down with Charlotte for most of the game, I imagine. So, yeah, those won't be in the demo. And I don't know what I'm doing with this stairway thing. It might not be in the demo either. I also don't even know why I've kept this. I don't need it at all. This was just later if you want to come back up to here. I just put things in to represent locations, but they're... Oh yeah, the Toymaker's Lab is here because they're starting the game in it. That might change. Even though I like the Toymaker's Lab, it might change. But as far as I know, you're starting in this, and this is where you're resurrected at. Which makes sense, right? Because, why wouldn't you be resurrected in the place that's designed for resurrecting people as toys? Right? He puts your soul in a doll and then waits, leaves because you only wake up at night anyway, and he's not going to sit there all night, probably. Maybe. So, debating on if the Toymaker will be... Well, I mean, there's going to be like a resurrection, which will try to bring back Charlotte, so... presumably he's the one, doing the resurrection ritual. So the Toymaker should be a person that's in the game. But, like, the resurrection ritual happens after you've been through every single floor all the way down to the first floor, and then you come back up to it. It's not that hard to come back. You have the paintings, so you can just use the painting world to get back. So it's like just a quick hop, skip, and a jump, to get there. And then after you've done that, then the basement happens with the broken toys. And then after that, if you decide which ending you're going after, depending upon what happens in the basement. The whole game hinges a lot on if you're trying to find your friend, and if your friend, you have the option to kill your friend without knowing it. If you kill your friend, then you get the bad ending, or one of two bad endings. You must save your friend to get the good ending. Yes. But gets you the World Tarot, and you need all 22 tarot to actually get the last area. But, I was reading up on all the tarot things, and the World Tarot signifies the completion of a journey, right? So she would need to have completed what she was trying to do, and part of it is literally her trying to save her friend. Yes, indeed. They're not lovers or anything like that. None of that. I'm tired of that crap. Turns out just saving a friend. And getting out alive, You got to do that too. You got to get out there and all that, but that leads to the actual what causes the curse and how to break it. Whereas if you don't do that, then it leads to fighting one or two different people and getting a bad ending based on which one you chose to fight. Neither one works out in your favor. I mean, well, one of them, you literally just, everything stays the same. And the other one, you opt to kill everybody but, that person and one other person to get out with. And it's not your friend if your friend's already dead. So, like, you pay everyone's life to escape, or you, except for you and one other person who's helping you escape, or you stay forever. I mean, both the bad endings suck pretty hard. I guess there's a secret bad ending where if you're dumb enough to lock yourself in the box. The Poppet box. Because, in honor of the window that you were originally able to go to, give up, you can just opt to lock yourself in the Poppet box and lose the game. I mean, it's not that far from a save. There's probably going to be a save right outside of this room anyway, probably in here in all honesty. Because, well, it's like right before the big boss of the floor, so it would make sense to have these things there, Like, to have a save waiting here in the forbidden hallway. The door does not fit this hole in the wall at all. It drives me crazy. It must just be too big of a hole. So I'll put it here, I guess. Rotate it. Yeah, this is definitely one of those moments where I need to really focus on what's supposed to be in the game. I think this should be on top of something. Like, I don't like it just sitting here on the floor. And so it won't be. Also, I need to change the player start to say forbidden hallway. Poppet box. And then this thing here. I think destination is actually what it was. I can't remember. I'm pretty certain that that's what it is. So yeah, destination is a spawn point, so it needs to have the exact name for destination. It needs to have hall records. All right, it said it's hallway town. Yeah, okay. Originally I had a bunch of little mini cities up here. The original layout of this game was very different. Happens. Yeah, I was just going over the various things for that and how the story was going to play out, and it'll be really interesting. That I'm gonna, when I get to the final like secret, like the sub basement, where if you really do get the real story, like there's a basement and then there's a secret sub basement below that, which we'll see how that plays out. I'm thinking some very corrupted things, you know, some very messed up stuff. Basically, like if the curse itself has become like a living embodiment type of scenario. We'll see. Like that might be really hard to make happen, but definitely a place where no human has been in a very long time. Whereas the basement's just where they put all the broken crap. So I'll have to make intentionally broken toys, which will be fun. Or something like that. I mean, I don't think it'd be bad. But yeah, I probably should stop working on the things that aren't even going to be available. This room's got very different here. I need to also decide if there's going to be a 5th tarot in the game or not. So it's 100% locked in that you'll get the Fool, you'll get the Magician, you'll get the Hierophant, and you'll get the Empress. Those are all in the game. 100% in the demo. But is there a 5th tarot card in the demo is the question. Wait, you get the Star. So there are 5 now. And yeah. So it's basically those 5 are in the demo. So I don't even need to decide another one there. And each of the rooms are pretty well set for where you're getting them. The only one that can really be moved around is the Fool. I was originally going to get the Fool in the carnival room, but if I do that, then there's nothing to do in the laboratory. Part of me wants to have him wake up in the carnival room itself, and then you just grab the thingy, but that means skips all the painting world, which makes no sense. Why I would do that. The game is set up pretty well like that, so I'm pretty certain I have to give out the Fool there, which I wanted to theme all the rooms around what they were, so that you got them in something that made sense. Like you get the Empress, you know, the plant growing thingy in the place with all these plants. It makes a lot of sense, right? You get the Hierophant in a chapel. The Magician's pretty weak in that there's just magical items around, so it's not like the best. I don't like it. But this was going to be the Fool room because, I mean, look at it. It looks like a dumb area for the Fool thing, you know? It's perfect. Once again, painting world, though. Oh, I tried to get UE 5.5 to work, and the DAS thingy works. But there's some issue with how they've changed the player controller now in the game mode. So, like, it didn't recognize my player controller at all, and I had to copy a player controller from a different thing and use it instead, and actually copy a game mode as well. When I tried to edit the game mode, it would open it up as a C++ thing instead of a blueprint. I'm like, this is weird. 5.5 has got some problems, and that I'm still missing important plugins. I can't even use it because the UI plugin won't work. Sucks. The thing is my project doesn't even have one now. When I converted it over, because it lost its parent class. Because I mean, I just made a child of the player controller so I could have my own custom one. And I'm like, well, okay, I'll just reparent it to whatever the new player controller is. No. There's some real problems that I don't have an easy solution to. So, yeah. Yeah. We'll see on that. I need to wait for those things anyway. So 5.5 change will be at some point. I replace these tables. They're using the crappy one I don't like. It must always be a thingy so they know they can jump on it. This room, because it no longer has a boss, is gonna need some massive changes. Because, well, it no longer has a boss, so that's stupid. What am I gonna do about that? You sad? Guess so. Just gonna probably stretch these. Get around like that size instead. Take this and move this over instead. Yeah, without the boss, I don't even doing this one. That's true. The thing is I wanted to replace the lights. That's one of the biggest things that's going to be a problem. I wanted to use mega lights instead. Also, nanite skeletons would help quite a bit as well. Unfortunately, well, you know, not sure if that's going to work, but these aren't even connected, so I gotta redo that. This room is getting just a complete overhaul. Still. Do I need an additional? I mean, this is kind of like kitchen table setup there. I don't know. I gotta replace these chairs because no point in having a million different chairs in your game. Kinda weird. There's a blueprint of it up here somewhere. I can just copy paste without having to hunt it down. The cheater chair I put right here. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I definitely wanted to change out the lights while I could. But the demo is not going to be done for a bit anyway. Wait, is these already... Oh, these are BP chair. Okay, never mind. That's already done. Did I replace them all? No. Well... Fix that. I've really started to learn that I should make everything with blueprints. Like, so much of the things in the game now are just blueprints. Like, so much of the furniture and everything. And each time, more and more stuff just becomes more blueprints. I just cut out more non-blueprints. I just need the interaction. And you can't really interact with static meshes. You need blueprints, so... A bit of a change here. Oh, the fact that this no longer has a boss changes so much. Yeah. So once you've made an enum, it's pretty... I don't think it's easy to add to an enum while the thing's going. It's pretty much... The enum is it as it is. So yeah. I don't use a lot of enums. I've kind of been adding a few more lately on certain things if I know it has only a couple options. I might get rid of a bunch of these chairs. I was gonna make this a Hierophant room and have dishes and things. I'm just getting rid of these things. I hate this thing. So I guess it, well, actually, I hate it less now. Like, before I had a problem of, why can't you grab it? But now, since I've established you can only grab this material, that does kind of change things up a bit. You have to think about it. Yeah, this room, I don't know what I'm doing with it yet. I have a better concept of what the second area is going to be than I do the first area. Because the library is not, it's not set up to be very gamified. This has gotten much better than it was, but there's just enough little things to do. It's a hallway, so I mean, you only can expect so much. It's possible I take this room and split it in half. Or just break it some. Like maybe put a wall right here. Because it's so big. And rooms that are this big don't always serve that much function. Like, I don't know. But I think there might be one additional room, potentially. Just like this room feels like it should be broken into two. Because originally you were going to fight a boss, and the boss is going to teleport between the tables, and you were going to have to use the Hierophant to get between them. And it was going to fling food at you. And it had the perfect boss for it and everything, but the problem is you just fought Patrick over here, so one room. You've already been to this room, but you'll pass through to get to there. You'll go to the chapel. 2 rooms here. Actually, so this is actually 1 room since you fought Patrick. 2 rooms since you fought Patrick. You get the key to the dining room here, so 3 rooms since you fought Patrick. And then look, the 4th room, you're fighting a new boss. That's pretty fast. As opposed to this being, 4th room, 5th room, 6th room, 7th room, fight a boss. So it's basically like something like 7 or 8 rooms fight a boss, 7 rooms fight a boss. Which I think is a lot better than 3 rooms fight a boss. What are we, Mega Man here? You're going after Dr. Wily or something? You just fight a boss every 3 rooms? Seems crazy. So, yeah, I'm kind of... It's organization day. There's a lot that needs to be just ironed out. I need to stop working on things that just don't matter for the demo. I mean, they matter, but it's not for the demo. Ah, it's an all new world appear. You just look up and go, oh. So yeah, that'll be fine. This room needs to be big because it's just supposed to be, huge and cool. So I gotta admit that this stuff back here seems almost pointless. I really should put the key inside of like Voodoo's thingy, so you have to open it to let her out. You let the boss out would be a thing. I don't know. I don't want to animate too much though, so. It might be that she just drops a key to a thing that you can get these out of, which would make a lot more sense. But I put the key for Charlotte's room and Oliver's thing, so you get Oliver's key to unlock it. I was going to put collectibles in places. I haven't put any of the real collectibles down yet. Not really. There needs to be... I probably need to make a better collectible. That, well, I got to decide, as far as the, like... I'm probably just going to use gems as the default cache of the game, but also as an upgrade thing, so I'll just have 1 currency for everything. I could do 2. I could have coins and gems, and then, the random shops or NPCs will accept if you have the things, like you'll bring them money in order to get stuff from them. I could do that. And then have gems be how you like upgrade abilities to get like more damage and stuff. I kind of want a collectible you can find everywhere. That it gives you a reason to go places. I kind of want 1 currency type of thing, but I don't know if I want 2. Because, I mean, having to decide if you want to upgrade your abilities or if you want to buy new toys or something like that, or things from people is also an option. I could also make it that you can't, there's no way in like menu to actually upgrade your abilities, but everything is just a find. Like what if instead of having, like you pay for like unlocking an ability, say like you unlock the super for the Fool. What if you just find an upgraded version of the Fool card? Like I just put another tarot card somewhere else, make you get that. That's got to be neater than having to do a collectathon for like, gems, right? I mean, I have to make my own special tarot things for it or having like a bonus looking thing on them, but that does sound more fun to me because then I can put it in a creative place instead of just saying, okay, well, go farm these, crystals until you can afford something. Really? But if I take something like that out and I don't have any kind of way to upgrade your abilities with like a thing, then it comes down to how useful is this? I mean, I guess I could just have, various NPCs that'll have something you can buy from them. It's like, or a quest, say you bring me this many crystals and I'll give you this item or something. So it can just be a de facto quest thingy. That's definitely something I've been trying to decide on, is just what are we doing about currencies? I'm only going to do one. I just thinking about it. I mean, I can barely come up with a decent reason for one. And it does give the whole collect additional shinies feel that everybody loves. Because no one ever goes, oh no, more shinies. Nobody says this. So I do want that. But what I don't really want is pay to upgrade your thingies, because then that encourages you to just sit there and grind for stuff. And you could technically grind to max out any of the things you already had, which I guess is an option. I mean, is that so bad, right? You just grind to get, stuff. I mean, give yourself a leg up in all the fights. How RPG we going here versus how just collectibles? It's easier to plan a game if I know the exact abilities you have for every fight or for every instance. Like if I let you upgrade things by just collecting stuff, someone could just sit there and farm at the start for an arbitrary amount of time and have a bunch of abilities I didn't intend for them to have. But at the same time, it's boring. But there are people who do it and they're just like, oh, I farmed all these things and I have everything for the bosses. Okay. You would still have to unlock the card initially in the first place to upgrade it. I think I like the card idea, the upgraded card idea better instead of an ability thing. Yeah, it's just the game balance is way harder the more I add to it. So I'm just debating on those things because it's a lot easier if I just have you have to find the abilities. I also get to have content. It's like, okay, well, the point of this room is to get this new unlock as opposed to farm coins. I don't really want to leave nothing to farm, like, because having farming things gives you a reason to kill enemies too. So, because otherwise you can always just run by things. So killing them gives you a reason to do that. There's no level ups because I'm not basing the game on levels. Yeah, the boss will drop things too, so yeah, that's a thing too. It's just how RPG are we talking? That's the question I'm basically asking myself here, because it's really going to decide a lot. I mean, like, do I want a full-on shop? Do I need a full-on shop? That's the other thing, is the point of the toy world, or the painting world, where you rescue the toys. the whole, like, what am I doing with that? I mean, really, what am I doing with that? I mean, it's a neat idea, but like, if there needs to be some sort of a currency or something for you to go find in order to make it worth doing it in the first place, you'll rescue all these, you know, NPCs, drag them back to the painting world, and they'll do what? I mean, if they're not giving you some kind of abilities or upgrades, it's kind of breaks the purpose of a Metroidvania, right? Now, I could actually just have it when you rescue them, they give you an item, an upgrade of some sort. And that becomes the new way to get upgrades. Like, you'll find them or you'll have to rescue a toy in order to get it. That means you got to carry a toy to a painting, which is, you know, going to take some effort. But it does kind of eliminate the need for gems in the first place. Like, the only reason you need that is some kind of a shop. But I mean, this ain't a Final Fantasy game or whatever. You're not collecting potions or anything. I mean, I guess you could have some kind of a... I had healing-based mechanics, and like, yeah, they're going to be like spawning mobs that also just drop potions when they die sometimes. So, you know what I mean? You'll be able to get health back from that too. I don't really plan on having an inventory. Because, well, most of these don't have an inventory. Unless you want to go heavy RPG, but then you got to balance an RPG. And that is... It's impossible to balance against the infinite item horde, basically. You'll never beat them. So that kind of cheapens the game in my mind, because, I mean, just think of every time you get to the end of, like, that RPG, you battle God or whoever's at the end of it, and you've been saving every broken item the whole game, like all the mega elixirs and stuff like that, waiting for the final fight because there was never any fight you needed them, and the last boss is a complete joke because you just have so much stuff they're never going to beat through your item horde. Yeah, I don't like that. It's terrible. It just cheapens the game. Yeah, improving the skills is an option. I was debating on, is it Poppet skills that are improved, or is it the tarot cards that are improved? Because I gave her 4 stats. Currently, the stats don't really do anything except attack power. But instead of upgrading her stats, what if I just have you upgrade the tarot cards? Just like, okay, well, you've upgraded the Fool, now the Fool does more damage. So it would force you to pick which ones you use. I was going to make it that you could only carry like 4 of them with you at a time. And I thought about giving them passive effects too. But I also worry that that is too much. Not down to the limit on how many you can carry, because that just makes it more interesting. But the giving them passive upgrades and giving them, you know, things where you can pay to upgrade them and all that, like. And if I do the pay to upgrade, then why can't I just have you find upgraded versions of the cards too? Like, you know. Yeah. Definitely a thing. I've just been... I didn't think I'd rather upgrade the tarot cards than upgrade Poppet. But you still want to be able to get the upgrades to her 3 major stats. So you would still want to upgrade Poppet. I could have one NPC who does that. True. And then the gameplay consists of, okay, run around and collect these crystals and then bring it back to this NPC who will upgrade your stats. Maybe I'll just have Bitinka who does it. Okay, cool. Versus having to find essentially, like, you know, health upgrades or whatever just in the world, you know, or like sanity upgrades or curse upgrades, like just in the world. So if they're in the world, then I can make it where you have to try to, you know, navigate your way through the world to unlock some sort of a secret to get it. So basically much closer to the Metroid concept of a Metroidvania. And less to the Castlevania one where it's, you know, more RPG centric. Because I'm not doing the Castlevania thing. Even though I love the Castlevania games like Symphony of the Night and all that, I'm not doing that because the RPG elements take too long. Balancing all that stuff is near impossible. They have a huge team. I do not. At me. So I want to shy away from the RPG elements pretty hard. Just thinking about how long stuff will take and how it's nigh impossible to balance that. What I could just do is just have some NPCs that will give you stuff if you give them the crystals. And they'll just have limited things they give you. Like you rescue a certain NPC and they have something to, you know, give you for crystals or something. At that point, though, like, you'd think they'd be happy just to rescue, you know, you've rescued them. Still, that's an option. Of course, the dialogue thing is broken and I need to find a new one. The guy said he's not going to make any more for 5.5, and the 5.4 version's broken, so it worked until I updated it. I can't get the old version that actually works. So I do all this weird stuff into work. It does not work. Very broken. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to put a shop in the game. Well, not like a real strict shop. Maybe like someone you could pay someone for things. I might just have items on the ground that you pick up like Zelda. And that's how you buy things instead of a dialogue tree. It can be pretty complicated. You mostly need to keep track of where everything is in the conversations and stuff, and like have various endpoints and change variables based upon it. So I mean, it takes some time. If you just made a really simple conversation of they just talk at you and you just say respond yes or no, that's not like, that's obviously not that tough. But then you got to keep track of where everything was. And I did try following someone that took me like 4 hours to do that, set up their dialogue system, and it's just kind of hard to follow what everything was. The one I had, like, it literally had a tree. I think I can show you what the files look like. It was so good. Finally, one that was actually pretty good. Where is it? Yeah, like, it gave you these instead. And actually, I need to connect this down to these, but it would have been this. And you would have had access to a whole dialogue system like that. Not too dissimilar from a behavior tree. You could send into various places and things. It was a pretty good system. The fact that he's just giving up on it really blows. So that was nice. Normally you don't have this. And so the fact that the dialogue things has been a problem, like a thorn in my side, I've been through multiple dialogue systems. They're usually really ridiculously hard to use or integrate. Like, they don't make it easy at all to integrate. But I don't want to be stuck at 5.4. I mean, if this worked, it'd be a different story, but it just doesn't work right. What happens when you, I'll show you what happens, why it's broken. So, we'll say I talked to her. Instead of having the other choices, it just has more of these dialogue boxes in it without the information. It never does anything, and there's no way out of it. It's supposed to have choices in here, it just doesn't. And I have no idea why it does that. Even if I just use their base version of the thingy, it still does it. So it's just a broken thing with there, and nobody's even talking about it. So I don't even know how I have this broken thing there, was because I installed the plugin that he, like, it's like the unaltered version is broken. So I don't get it. I got nothing on that. But yeah, with the painting world, I probably need to actually shrink it. I'm thinking that's going to be the case, where it's actually just going to be shrunk down and this will be removed instead. And then I'll put stuff over here and make it smaller. And just have various NPCs to rescue. There was going to be this weird pool thing. I'm taking that out. I don't want it. Doesn't need to be here. Yeah, what I probably do is, at the very least, I probably need to find some way to make it smaller. Or spread it out, some, like, you know, so there's like smaller little areas instead of having this big giant area. I can partition it into smaller little rooms or cubicles that, as the enemies come in, they as the toys come in, they create little mini areas. What you do is create little blueprints that spawn these toys with it, or have them, if they're in the painting world, spawn the blueprint as well. So like am I even doing that? I don't even know if I'm doing that yet, but that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe I just cut it down to this and have it just like be 4 directions of like a paintings. Of course, the only problem is how many paintings are in the game. It looks like in the first area there's going to be like potentially up to 5 paintings. So let's say 5. So all the way over to here, 5, sure. Then the next area you got like, you know, maybe fit 5 there, maybe at least 2 there. So that's, you know, 12 there. I can fit 3 more here. And on this side here, I can probably fit a few more, but there's this one here. So I'm going to run out of space for paintings before I get all the paintings for the entire warehouse. Which means I'm going to have to expand it out more. Yeah. Yeah, these are some of the things I was just thinking about. Like, oh, I got to do all these different things. And I'll probably just get to making something, but I wanted a better idea of where I was going with it. And that's kind of what today has been, me just going over everything I want to do to make it just better. We'll have to fix the dialogue issue at some point. I think for now I proceed as though there is a currency. Because that currency can always be used later. Is either a way to buy things off people or just a way to upgrade from the menu. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna remove one of them from there though. I'm not gonna keep the coins. It's just gonna be I guess the crystals. And then I'll let you take them to Tinka in order to upgrade. That'll give you a reason to go to the painting world and upgrade your stats that way. And Tinka's great because I never have to explain anything about her. She's just mysterious like that, not questioned. So anyway. Fair enough, Mondlin. Working away here. Probably should be working on building something while I do that. Let's grab an Empress plan here. Since the Empress plants are kind of the fan favorite. So this way you can get up to here. And then I need to hide a key in this room too, I guess. Do I? I don't know. It seems like there should be an additional key in a lot of places or like something else to do. I'm pretty certain this can easily get up here, but just as a double check that you can actually get up. Yeah, no problem. You can hear the heart beating. Makes sense. I'm pretty close to it. And then as far as this goes, usually I use shelves in these rooms in order to hide things. You have every ability by this room. It's right before the final building, oh, the final room. So you're good to go on that. I still don't know what the washroom's even going to have in it. This is why I think I need upgrades in these rooms. Give you a reason to go into rooms. I mean, the forbidden toy room is currently... sorry, the forbidden toy key is currently in this room. It's hiding in here. So... that head is locked. It's not locked at all, so you can just go in here. Am I going to let you go out this room? I don't think I am. Of course, it's the only one the only one on the side you could actually go out in the first place. Maybe I do. Yeah, I was gonna make some sort of bathroom themed thing in here. There's something I'm gonna do with it. Problem with these rooms is they're functional, and functional rooms are kind of boring. I do need a plant here, or thing here, but I'm gonna put like one of the small tables, I think, or even one of these. Oh, a smaller one, I guess. I could resize it, or I could just grab the table. You know, I do want a lamp over here. Maybe I want the lamp over here. I need to gamify this room a lot. What if I just put a wall right here and make this like a reading room or something? And I can kind of theme it a little better, because this room has, it's so easy to go everywhere in this room. I have to wonder about it. I was trying to make a library and make it interesting, but it is in fact not that interesting, you know? Just like these aren't that great. Like I could just have an Empress plant to get it there, which is more fun. I kind of want to restructure a bit here. I'm gonna do a bit of experimenting because I want to experiment a bit. Let's grab one of these ones here because they are smaller. That's basically a hallway at that point, but I could do this. Migrate this over here. About like this. Obviously, there's going to need to be some changes in how these are set up. Pipes can still go through there, and that is acceptable. And then let's say I get rid of those here. These kind of now shouldn't be where they're at. Say I loop this around a bit here. I ditch this thing back here. I even want these. I mean, they're kind of an interesting thing, but are they that interesting? I mean, these things serve about the same function as far as that, unless I'm just gonna have giant pillars. I guess I have pillars in this room. So it's not like it's completely unusual, but originally the pipes were kind of go around them. Let's say I keep them because I kind of like them. So if I keep them, then I'm moving these out of the way from behind there. Maybe some changing to this room. I could make it where there's some sort of stuff going up here so you can't easily get over to this window, which I kind of like doing. Also, this couch isn't just such a weird location. I don't know if I like it. Because otherwise, you can just jump up to this, right? Yeah, I think I'm going to shrink 2 of the rooms down. And not just jump up to this. I like these couches or something like that. Okay, just get rid of one of these things here and I can have a chair or something. This can actually be turned this way if I want and put it all on this wall. Also, a lot of these things don't actually have to be along the walls, right? I do like to build along the walls a lot, but let's say this is a room where they just sit and chat, right? If you have a room where you sit and chat, it could be more like this type of setup where they're, you know, kind of all facing each other. And then behind it, you can have something. But if that's the case, in reality, it should be something along these lines, right? Move it all back here. Move it all back here. I don't like it. There needs to be a bit of, you know, feng shui to the room here. There's something that's a little more interesting and a little less symmetrical. The problem with putting this behind there is then it would open into this, which would be kind of weird. I could have some Empress plants, I suppose. True. I come to the conclusion I'm going to be a lot more recycling when it comes to certain assets. Just so you recognize what it is you're seeing. At that point, you could just put one Empress plant and easily get up to the top. It almost makes me not want the file cabinets. Definitely need to build with more of a gamified idea of how things are set up. I almost should just be working on the actual AI instead for those fights, because when I have no idea how I want to design levels, I usually switch to the AI thing to think about it. Let's let you get up there, and then you can just grow the plant and jump over to here. That's true. Then right in front of there, I could actually just put like a table. A small table. What I haven't done is use the little blocks to do anything yet, because you could use a magician to pick up blocks, and they haven't been really used in anything, which is kind of sad. You know? I end up changing out the plant here, but I require. I can find it in this room. Good old-fashioned shelves. So from there, you can use this to get to a shelf over here, I guess. Map seems huge. Not be that big. Then from there, I can have the infamous step strategy. Grab the other Empress plant, so I don't have to keep moving it around. I probably just use the same few flowers, because it's just a lot easier than having to constantly do a collision for all of them. But I'd probably put a bunch of them in the game too. I might change them out. But I just need something in the area that gets the job done. I think you can just reach that. Paste here. Okay, I just want to paste it. I'm just going to paste. I'll paste it here and move it. Fine. Here I can also have the Hierophant thingy as a thing too, so. Is it already running an ad break too? Huh. So then I can put something up here, and I think what I'll have is a platform all the way around, so you'll have to climb your way up here. And then there's an ad break going. Okay, well, if that's the case, I'll just take a quick bio break real fast. We're back. So it occurs to me I haven't used the cubes yet either, so I should make the cubes a thing that you use as well to make the rooms more fresh. Yeah, this room's gonna have to have a big change to it. It looks cool, but it's missing. Well, it looks okay, but it's too it's not gamified. But I haven't used any of the cubes yet, so maybe I'll make them carry a cube all the way up. That's obnoxious. So it might be really hard to get a cube to make this happen. You can pick them up and set them down. I'm gonna put cube over here and decide with it. Most of the time the magician consists of using doors and stuff. Now I don't have to get the most complicated with these in the first few areas, you know. I mean, like, this is just, you know, so many rooms in. So I might not have as many complicated things. Here, we'll see. I can also lock these two. And make it hard to find things, but we'll see. We're going to make this harder and harder to get to some... What just happened there? Can you just jump? I think you just jump into that. Almost certainly. That works. The theory is you go here. Need the Empress Tarot for this. That's such a big effect. It's so hard to see. It really does kind of blank things so you can't see for very long. So let's do this way. Oh, I fell off like an idiot. Excellent. Good job, me. Thanks a lot again, Owen. I'm just making my stuff. You know, making my doll do things. I'm apparently quite bad at jumping, evidenced by what went on there. This should probably be slightly farther apart anyway, just to make it a more comfortable jump. There needs to be a light around here because by the time you climb up this, you're going to need a light of some sort. Probably. We'll just put one here. Later here. I'll make you turn it on because I'm a terrible person. Sure. So, let's play it out. Yes, indeed. Have to figure out if I want to use these cubes in there or not. The problem with the cubes is they're so small that they're kind of not that interesting. They're more fun to throw at things. Empress. Oh no! Kind of hard to jump on the edge of that like that, but I don't think I need to anyway. Just jump and grab this, yeah. Over here I can jump onto this. This is not actually a ground level yet, but there's a place to get my sanity back. That's helpful. That place you get sanity back? Nope. These aren't even on the wall. Perfect, perfect. Then I'll get to put the collectible right here. Just to be that guy. I might actually put a metal thing above here too. But before I do that, let's do this weird thing where we actually connect the shelves to the walls. I know, I know. I'm a contrarian, but for some reason I think the shelves should actually be stuck to the wall. Call me crazy, but you know. Feels a little weird. Just saying. A little bit weird. 0 out of 10, do not like. Also, I'm going to push this over to the side a bit so it doesn't look like it's about to fall off and, you know, crack the lamp. Probably about good enough, honestly, in those. I'll just put, like, the generic collectible there because I don't have a specific collectible for that room. I guess, actually, that could be where the key is for this room. I was going to put a key outside, I guess, or something outside, but you can go through all this to get the key. Or maybe this is just a collectible. Let me make a... I'll put something up here. Because, you know, I might as well have something to land on. Do I want something to land on? Does there need to be? I guess if I have something to land on, I can have a fight up here. But I don't think I need a fight up here. But there could be a fight up here. Let's see. See if I like it. Might not like it, in which case, whatever. What do I want to put up here? Other walls. I might just make a flat piece of metal and put it up there, honestly. Instead, I just drag one of these out here. Guess it'll be one of these. I'm gonna delete that first, and what I'm gonna do is select stained metal first, so I can just have it on everything. It's actually Victorian house that has it. Materials instance, styling. I think there's actually another metal I could use, isn't there? Let me check. I think there was another metal. Yeah, it was in this thing here instead. Browse to this. Show in folder view. Aren't these kind of beat up though? Kinda, yeah. These are technically material instances, so I could actually tweak it a bit if I want. Are there any other weird things I want to put up there? Or I just use the same stained metal on everything and move on. I like the stained metal on everything idea. Yeah, do I? Let's duplicate this for funsies. There is something to be said for keeping all the same materials in the game, so you don't have to have 9 million extra things. Because that is a problem that you will encounter. Why have you not selected the thingy? All adjacent services. Let's dump this on here. Probably gonna edit it to be something different, but I was like, well, maybe I'll just change it to a brass thing instead. No, it's like the most valuable bar in the entire game. Can't take it with you because you're a tiny doll. Hey, wrecked. Good. I could put a thingy up here. Just move it out some. If I just make it like a brass, it's actually not a bad idea to do something like this because it actually creates an interesting looking scenario here. I don't know if I want these anymore then. Because it could just be pipes holding it up too. Isn't terrible. First of all, this isn't even in the thingy, but that's a different story. I mean, it could just be a fake gold covering, you know? Make it more, like that. Play around with it a bit. It does kind of break stuff up a bit. That's kind of nice. As opposed to now where it's maybe not ideal. That has a better look to it, I think, than being gold. Mostly because the gold makes no sense. There's that. Thought I typed in 10 there, but I did not. 8. Not horrible. If anything, I actually kind of like this metal. I might replace a lot of other metal with it because of the fact that a lot of the other metal doesn't look very good, you know? Looks like this, which actually that's a different metal entirely. Let's say I just replace it with that metal. It looks way better. If I just do that instead, and then it kind of matches what's going on as opposed to what it currently is, where it just doesn't. Could even set this up as the new one here, select all adjacent. Change that out too. Might be better because it actually kind of gives a better look to it, I think. Does it? This is the thingy that I can left here just in case I want to change it. Never know. Maybe it's good. That's not too bad. I definitely will have to change the load distance in this room because of how big it is. I don't think I'm going to make any more changes to the control panel. I think I'm probably just going to leave it as it is. Yeah, I think this is way better. than what I was using on these things. I think I'm gonna make some changes here real quick because that material's much nicer. Much nicer indeed. Right, because if I use that on there, then and I move over here, it'll look like actually look pretty dark, honestly. Is that because I made some changes to it? Maybe. I only changed the watercolors. I didn't change anything else, right? I don't think I did. No. Yeah, it has a nicer look to it, I think. I'll stand. I'm not changing the cylinder. I might change the nameplate though. Maybe not, but I think the nameplate should be probably different. We'll get rid of that crappy stained metal thing because I don't like it very much in general anyway. Just like these could be not the stained metal thing because it kind of sucks. There's just a lot of stuff that just doesn't look right. I want to get rid of this, change it. Yeah, that's the only ones I have to change on that. And there's the blood pump. Am I changing it to a new material or something? Oh, I can change the stand color. Do I want to change the stand color, or am I just happy with it being what it is? Originally I made that change so I could make up for the fact that it looked kind of weird. But I could just get rid of that because I like the look of the other metal anyway. In which case it would look more like that. The other metal that I actually like, which is way nicer. And then there's this metal here. Why don't I just change that too? So that they're more in line with what I want. I don't hate it. I mean, I could change the stand color around it, but I'm just going to get rid of that crap. We'll change the watercolor, but that's about it. This thing's going to get a bunch of changes. I didn't want to buy the thing. I just finally said I would do this instead. They're like, you want to have like, pay money for this interactive license? I'm like, not really. That looks kind of chocolate. Chocolate heart. Oh my god. Eat it and it becomes better. Like a red version too. I could create a dynamic material instance for it too. But I get the feeling the heart should actually be red instead. You're making all the changes. It should be shinier and nicer. When running around, it should look a little better, I think. We'll see. Maybe it made it worse, who knows? I don't think so, but, you know, maybe. Oh no, I like that way better. Just has more of a nice metal to it than the other. Yeah, I like that. I was working on these ones too. These need work. Never even finished them. I got sidetracked making stuff. Make other stuff. That's much nicer looking. I'm just gonna go ahead and change the original one, honestly. So much prettier. There's something making shrieking noises outside. 1 second, I'm gonna go investigate something. It was super weird because, you know, it sounded like the train's going by, which is really loud, but it sounded like there was some sort of like, you know, dog yipping right outside my window, and I'm like a little tiny dog. I have to be really close to hear it over the train. I was like, is there someone in my yard doing something? What in the world? I didn't see anyone, so that's good. I want to place the metal on all these now because that metal looks nice. So everywhere where I foolishly use the other thing, I could just use that metal instead. Yeah, like it sounded like it was outside the window of my streaming room, and I just was. It would have had to have been really close because the train's. I mean, it's a distance away, but it's super loud. So in order for me to hear it, like with, you know, I have earbuds in too, so I mean, like it would have to. I'd have to hear. It has to be really close, and I couldn't find anything, so I don't know what it was, but it was unusual, and I was not a fan. I'm going to change all the meshed fences to use this thing. I'm also going to create a second one of these thingies. Open this. also going to change this out for the bricks too while I'm at it. I'm not going to individually change them on all of them. I can just do it the one time. Yeah, I was just kind of weirded out by that, so I figured I'd investigate while I was hearing it just to see if there was something going on, and it was not. Oh, this new metal is just so much nicer looking. I just like it everywhere now. I've been looking for a good metal for a while. What I have was so bad. But yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. Guess I don't know where else I used it, but I used it some other places. So every time I find the stained metal, I'm just going to keep replacing it with that because it looks so much nicer. I'll leave the gears and the pipes this way. These pipes might look nicer if I change them too, but they don't look bad. So leaving them the same isn't terrible. Yeah. Cool. That solves a mini mystery. Mini mystery indeed. Alright, so anyway. Never even finished with the control panels. This really feels more like an end room, doesn't it? Like a room where you would literally end the game at, like for a final fight. It super does. I'm like, uh-huh. I see. Run a cord over here. Too lazy to grab that spline, but I'm gonna run a cord into this. You know, because tripping hazard. Now I'm like weirdly very brave. Whenever I hear some random noise, I always go investigate it. Or I, like some sort of weird things going on, I'm very quick to investigate and see what's up. I'm just used to living, you know, far away from help, so I'm just used to having to do it myself. I mean, sure, now I live in a city, but I wish I didn't. I miss the, you know, woods more and more every day. The city sucks. People up here are not that nice and really busy. There's a lot of smog, but it used to be about 40 minutes or so for the sheriffs to get to where I was at. So if you had a problem, you really needed to hurry up. You weren't gonna, it wasn't gonna work out in your favor if you know, like, yeah, you had to hurry up and solve your own problem. Like, you couldn't wait. Because by the time they got there, the problem would be resolved. If someone's breaking into your house, I guarantee you they would have done it long before 40 minutes is up, you know? So you just kind of go, okay, well, I guess guess I'm gonna have to do something here. I remember we have an attic here to this house, right? Nobody goes in the attic because it's not a very big attic, and it's, you got to pull this thing down and try to scale it. It's terrible. It's really awful to go there, and it's quite filthy because it's, the insulation is not even necessarily sealed off when you're up there, so it's not a place you really want to go. But we had the old door for it was like apparently hanging down a bit. It's since been fixed, but you were able to see a bit into the attic. And one day, I want to say around 4 p.m., I'm going along, and I look up and there's a light in the attic. I'm like, I'm the only one here. Why is there a light in the attic? Like, it's on. Like, is there someone up there? My first response was to go get like the largest kitchen knives I could, like a couple of them actually, and then scale up there to go find out what was up there, because my thought was maybe we have a squatter. And well, yeah. You know what it turned out? It turns out that there's actually a little window up there, and the sun was going through the window at just that time. So it looked like the light was on in the attic. There was nobody up there. I searched the whole place. I did not know that there was a window up there until that day. I'd only been in the attic like once before, and I didn't really look around, and it was dark at the time. I've only been up there a couple times ever, because there's no reason to go there. It's just a pain to get in there, and just a wasted room. But it was pretty funny. I'm just used to having to deal with things, and it was like, well, we got some large kitchen knives. Close quarters. They're gonna have a really hard time getting away if they're up there. Okay. Nobody. Nobody at all. No. I'm not sad about that. I'm very happy there was nobody there. Let's not pretend like I'm unhappy about that. This wall is huge. Why is this wall huge? I have questions. That's why it's made, no wonder. Also used to wild animals around here too. Well, when I was up in the woods. But most of the time, if there was a wild animal, you didn't actually go out to face the wild animal. In most cases, you just sought an area where the wild animal wasn't and just kind of waited, or you stayed in your house, because why in the world did you go out to face a wild animal? Sometimes, though, they would pose a problem. Like I remember one time I came home and, I worked like 2 towns away, so I'd already been driving, I want to say about 36 minutes or something to get there. And I go to pull into the driveway. And I'm driving a Mustang at the time, so it's not a particularly big car. And there's a small black bear just sitting in my driveway. Just looking at me. I'm like, so I decide that I'm like, okay, well, he's parked in the driveway right now. I'll come back in a little bit. And I drive around the neighborhood for like about 10 minutes, come back, and finally I just honked at him. That thing ran away so fast. I mean, to be fair, Mustang's not a big car, but it's still bigger than your average, black bear. Was pretty funny though. He's like, I'm just parked in your driveway now. What now, sucker? And I'm like, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. You get lots of little stories about like just life in the woods up there. And they're all involving weird animals. Mm-hmm. What am I doing with this? I like the idea of this stuff here. But I don't really know what I'm going to do with this room. I thought it was so cool to set the pipes up like this. But in hindsight, not really that cool. It now just makes it really easy to run everywhere. I think in reality, this pipe set should not exist. I don't like how easy it is to get to all these locations. It defeats the entire purpose. Like a light set up here, okay, fine, but this bookshelf should not be. Also, this bookshelf is just a static mesh actor. Oh, this is just an old school one. This sucks. Shouldn't be here anyway. Because I had the better one that's got all the stuff on it, so it's improved and you can't sneak through the back or anything weird like that. It has been summarily fixed. secret to interesting level design is limitation. You have to prevent them from going places, because if you don't prevent them from going places, then it's just an open area and it's boring. Nobody likes that. I'm gonna have to put something else here to block, though. Or what I can do, something like this will let you go up. It's not terrible. I just move this over here. That'll let you get your way up to it. Which is, I think, more interesting than the other, because now you can bounce back and forth between them. It's just kind of a lot neater than what I was doing, which was a lot of this stuff here. I mean, it definitely has to be a Hierophant room, because flying books in a library makes a lot of sense. He hate me today. To be fair, I kind of punished him earlier by walking 10,000 steps right before the stream, so, you know, that probably doesn't help. I like this better, because then you can just jump back and forth and try to get your way up, or just do this. You could actually easily get your way up. This too could have a limited area like that of books, and then make you walk all the way around this way. I like that idea. Making changes, boys. Is the most ideal way to set up a library? No. Does it gamify the library more? Yes. Are we all about gamifying things? Yep. I don't really like these way out here, so it's probably getting moved in. I'm assuming. Okay, just pull along one axis, thank you. Not two. Then we'll just create this way over to here. And then this can get migrated way over to here. I'll have the random metal donut. I definitely need to put more limitation in this game. There is way too much freedom in some of the rooms. Make the rooms interesting. This can just be what holds up the corners of it, so it looks like it's doing that. Probably better than it just looking like it's there. Fine. Okay. Yeah, maybe the bookshelves would almost be a maze instead of being organized. And there's nothing saying they need to be just doing whatever. Also, these could be reduced, because I think I like the bookshelves more. Like I say, the problem with these is they're just literally a way up all by themselves. And that's occasionally fine, but not very often. I really don't want you to always have ways up. I want you to have to earn your way up sometimes. Because once you get to like the first level of these things, you can get your way up pretty easy. But I could just have Hierophant things, or you know what I could also have? Let me test something out. I've been looking for a place to use the cubes as puzzle things, because I used to have them because they were, you could stack a bunch of them in order to get your way up to things. So why don't I do that again? Let's put some cubes here. Make them hit the ground. The Windows key instead of the Alt key. Perfect. Put a bunch of these out here so I can just grab and go. Build myself a pyramid or something. I gotta put those back in because, you know, more usage for the magician, right? Just opening drawers and cupboards is kind of boring. These cubes should also be usable stuff. Yeah. They also used to float, but I think I took that out. I don't know, the buoyancy actor thing. But I might want to put it back in, honestly, because now I have places for water. So if you had to get to various islands by throwing the blocks in there, that is also kind of fun. The only problem is most water is outside of the demo anyway, so it wouldn't be that useful until later. Unless I have it in the safari room. But the safari room leans really heavily upon the Empress because that's where you get it, so I kind of want it to be the most used mechanic in there. But having floating blocks is a lot of fun, so maybe? We'll have to see. So let's use these. Because you need to get up a tiny distance here, so if you can carry these blocks around, that's the thing. I'm also going to make an area where there's a whole bunch of blocks that you can actually spell things. I'll probably put it in the painting world, or maybe I'll let you find the areas there so you can just spell messages, because I know people get really excited by that crap, even though it's like not particularly amazing. It's just spelling out funny words or things or sentences makes them happy. So if I throw one of these down, can I get up to this? No, but two of them I could. I threw it. The left mouse button sets it down so you can like stack them more effectively. I planned for this. Yeah, now you can get up here. That's too far away to do that though. What if I did over here instead? A place with light. These lights are too big. I don't like them. I could just have this be like a safe area over here, and then make the rest of the library have no lights, or make it you have to turn them on instead. Why was I unable to grab that? Well, that was impossible to grab because I hit my head. Nice jump. Is it not possible to grab this one? Seems like the second one is impossible to grab because I'm clicking it and it's not doing it. So I think I need to just edit these. How do I went to this specific one? I think that particular one needs to be slightly larger. Yeah, it looks like it sticks. It doesn't stick out far enough. It sticks out a little, but not. I think there's actually wood underneath it, so. Okay, well, let's just get ridiculous, why don't we? 0.6, I guess. Number lock, important there. 0.6. 0.58. 0.56 then. Probably good enough. Doesn't take out the back, good. This one probably also needs to be 0.56. Go ahead and adjust them all right now and get over with. I never tested to see if these were actually grippable, so this is my bad, but you know, whatever. This one's actually a 5.8. Enough. Those are probably fine. I change the coloring on this to something else. It's not a pattern, because it always will stretch funny if it's a pattern. That's true. Maybe I find something else that's not a pattern. What in the world is this? I gotta look, even though it's probably a terrible decision that I'm making. I should have done this first and then did the other. This will take forever to change. Oh, well, that doesn't help. That looks terrible. I thought it would tile. Not at all. Oh, sir, I don't like it. I have a grab red metal. Who's over here? Like the heart. Then the heart's not grabbable, so that's kind of weird. That being said, it doesn't look bad. Just having this red material on things. Uncomfortable for chairs, that's true. But the heart's already red, so maybe I do that. I think it's better to have something like this than it is to have anything with a pattern. Because the patterns are so easy to have an issue with. I would. You could grab this wood instead. That still stretches though. Hmm. Hmm. That looks weird. Weird glass example. I shouldn't use glass because it's transparent. And optimization is horrible for transparent thingies. So you really don't want to use it. I could just duplicate the metal again and then change it to a different metal too. I could also get the material instance on it and then change them all that way too. Change the colors, but let's I guess I use blue or something. Do I want blue as the grippable everywhere? That even it looks like it's too all right, oh, it's not even changed. This here. Oh, I see why, because top of the you do that. You'd always be able to know where you were grabbing. It's a little strange, I guess. But you'll always know exactly where you can grab. And I think it looks better than the bent texture, or like the warped texture. Like this warps better, so it's less weird looking. Maybe I'll leave it like that for a while and see if I like it, or change it, who knows. Unless I come up with something better. I can't use the metal because I used it on something else, so that's the thing that can't be done. It's not wood, that does kind of suck, but I think every wood texture just warps all funny, so. The other option is to make it like brown or something. Well, brown doesn't really stick out though, you do purple. I don't think I like that any better. We did red. I actually like the red, but again, I'm already kind of using the red on that heart. Because the game has a very black and red type of look to it. I kind of like the red. Okay, so we were doing this. And I'm making you see these cubes more because now I realize getting this tiny distance up is perfect for the cubes. Good job, me. Nice jump. Hard to see in this area. What I almost need is a way to put a lamp on it or something that can turn on. These lamps are too big, right? Yeah. Way too big. I could have little model lamps. There could be a tiny little... Oh, no. Do this. Make a model lamp. Wait a minute. I have a remedy for this too. Wait. Yeah, so it's just this one here, and then I could just make it a light source. I should do that really quick and have a useful one, I guess. So do this. They're always movable though. I don't know why that's the thing. New scale floats. It stops the curse. It does. Establish the light cubes. I'll probably put them all around so you have to like grab them and move them around, but this is a mechanic that needs a home. This is probably the room for it. These shrink as you're holding them, so you gotta move them quickly. At least I think they still shrink. Do they shrink still? Doesn't look like it's shrinking. I was cursed to pick them up though, so that was the thing that I was doing. Nobody get cursed back in this place. Way over here? Yeah, that's not very efficient. We're gonna make some changes here. I'm not even sure I want these in here because they're set so huge. Well, actually, they're not even set that big. Just like this seems like it's a bit much. We're gonna do some changes here. Because I don't like what's going on here. I was fine with the concept of what was going on here, but what I'm going to do is just get one from here so they're at the same angle or same uh, y-axis. Yes. Ease this all the way back to here. Same thing here. Might be doing weird things. Sir, I don't like it. So doing this. I think I'm just gonna have two. I don't think I need quite that many. It's kind of a lot. You know? I'll align one and then I'll just delete the other and align one off of this one instead. And more like this. Cut down the lights to a handful. Same thing here. It seems like there's just way too many lights. Like, what is this, like a racetrack or something? We just start in a race here? It seems kind of insane. Like 2 is probably acceptable. Unless you walk through and hit your head on the door, or hit your head on them potentially if you were tall. That's kind of weird. So I could probably cut out a few of these. Yeah, this is getting way better than this giant long room where you're just like, okay, cool, what am I doing now? Oh. I'm definitely going to break up the dining room as well. There'll be yet another couple rooms to go through. Which is good because, you know, you got to really break it up some. Got to add more rooms, more things to do. I almost want to break the safari room up a slight bit too, but I could do that. I don't know about that. It'd have to be like broken right here. Have like a doorway here, so it just makes it harder to see into the other room. Which wouldn't be the worst choice, I think, but it's kind of nice having this giant room to play in. So... Well, I'll do this room later because I'm working on the other room right now, and my brain's got this on the mind, not the other thing. So it's like I could do this, but counterpoint, what if I don't do that? I don't really care if she goes between these because the point is she needs to get higher up. I need a key for this room, and the key for this one's going to unlock a different area. I should make him carry light cubes through the various areas too, like through all this jumping. So this way you don't have a way to keep yourself going. Oh, that's right. These should shrink. So you're punished for holding them for too long? I'm really debating on if the magician should actually have a cost to use or not. I mean, it seems like it should. That makes it really hard to use, so we'd have to have a very low cost to use. Or you gotta recover your curse really fast. Because it feels pretty bad to not have the ability to carry things very far, but I guess also at some point I'll have the ability to get more curse, so it's not like it's a nothing burger. I could just easily, you know, add upgrades. I haven't had any upgrades so far, so I guess I should keep a cost to it. Because by this point you'll have gotten at least some curse upgrades, I hope. I mean, you know, you would hope, maybe. Light cubes. Who doesn't like light cubes? Hmm. Also, we don't leave lights on. We're saving power in the toy factory. You can't save power. You can't leave the lights on. I don't know why I'm not just click dragging. It's for most of the time anyway. Yeah, this is where we'll introduce cube puzzles. Means I need to make things just slightly the wrong height, so you have to carry cubes places. We know this requires 2 cubes to get up. Ooh, cubes. So now we would do something like this. I'm going to put the cubes all over the place, so you have to actually carry more distance in this, but for testing. Oh. I guess I collided it off something, so it's kind of a problem. Well, that drains so fast. It does come back pretty fast, though. Then just drop it. Why don't you drop? Good. I guess I'll sit in the darkness for a second. Not that I think I need it, but... Oh, it's not very helpful? Not at all. It's actually hard to do these jumps. I cannot seem to make this jump. That's because there's like a slight bit that sticks out farther at that level, I think. That's the problem. Like there's one additional thingy, so you can't really make that jump. That's notable. I'll grab some water real fast. Be right back. a cheese snack. Brain food while I try to solve this mystery here of how I'm going to get up there. I could have a board or something. I could actually just have some stuff sticking out too, potentially. Books or something, maybe? I don't think about that. Because you can't really get the blocks up there. Blocks get you the first portion of the way. Here, these ones in the center, I don't like them very much. Could force you to have to go around the side to get through all the books instead of having to go through it like this. It's just so tiny, she can just sneak right on through. Does kind of suck. All I can do about that, though. They don't really get that close to each other, so you really can't just cram them next to each other so she can't get through. And they're stuck inside of each other. It's kind of weird. So that doesn't work. I guess to be fair, it doesn't make that much of a difference because she's using them to try to get up to things. So I'm gonna have a lot of rooms that are built more like this where they have to try to sneak their way up. And it lets me jump between things here. Run around on top if I like. Is a thing. These are actually intersecting anyway. Pull them back. These need to go to the back of it too. Actually, they're intersecting each other anyway. Like this one needs to go back, and the other one doesn't really. Those lines, and then back some. I'll have you jump between the various shells to get up. That's kind of fun, I suppose. Not awful. I mean, it could be awful, maybe. But really, if they're at an angle, that does let you kind of jump back and forth between them. Kind of neat. Only had a rope, so you'd be like Indiana Jones at the library. I don't get out much, so it's exciting to me. Anyway. Having issues with my cheese snack. I'm going to gamify it more, so you have to use the cubes to get up everywhere. More exciting that way. I think one of these is probably enough to get up here. It most certainly is not. Whenever it hits on something, it's a problem. Come to you. That's something I didn't realize could happen. Stuck under there, so I might need to get rid of those couches. I had no curse, that's why. I need to disable it. No curse over here either. Where's the light coming from? Must be one below me or something. Jeez. Is the job done? Not bad. Poppet's blueprint here, because I noticed the thingy is doing a lot of stuff that I don't like. Like you shouldn't be able to try to trigger it before you've actually able to like if you have no mana left or curse, and then it also should use less curse. Yes, indeed. Never gone. Well, not a lot of people chat anyway. So. Yeah, maybe it's having those there. I just kind of like having it there, but it doesn't serve any effect there. It's too far from the player. Act as a light source. To be completely honest, they all sort of are far from the player. I want to remove a bunch of them. Maybe I don't have them on this wall, and instead I have them down here on these arches, because it makes more sense to have them on the arches than this, right? Also probably needs to be a light or two down at the bottom too as well. Well, these have an attenuation of 5,000 now. That is too big. Wait for a second, cube. Let's check what 5,000 would have looked like. No, just the cube, thank you. Just the cube. Those dumb things. See, 5,000 is insane. That's like huge. Probably explains a lot of problems, because I'm willing to bet the light that was causing all the issues is this one right here. Is set to like 5,000 or something dumb. What's 1,000 put it at? That should be pretty close right there. I just need an idea. Yeah, 1,000 gets all the way to the bottom too, so it's not even like a big deal. Yeah, these things are dumb. This was way too big. I don't know what I was smoking. Someone said it only 1,000. I almost like the lamppost more than I like these lights above. A lot of effort going into a room that's not technically in here, but the problem is these lights are affecting the rest of the game, so it does matter. There needs to be a lot more limitation on how they affect the lights from other levels. A lot more limitation. Left some stairs here. I'm not a big fan of the stair problem. Could be a ramp going down if I want. I guess the occasional stairs aren't the worst, but it is platforming of sorts. Not hard platforming, but it's platforming. I'm probably going to go through and restructure this whole place later. Just needed to see how it looked without certain things. Go and look for more of these things that are set to 5,000. And get rid of that. It just stops affecting everywhere else. I'm not going to put one corner back here. 1,000. What I could do is put them like this. And put the posts in things, which is probably better than just buy the things, right? Maybe one of these is somehow 90 degrees off. And huge. That one's kind of not. I'm going to put something else down there, I think. Big problem with these ones is that they are against a wall. And things against a wall are pretty bad for me. That means they project light into the other room. So I might be taking out anything that's on a wall. Unless it's on like an interior wall. Like get rid of everything that's on these little side walls and just put it on interior stuff. So this way it can't cause that problem. Not a bad idea, actually. Just thinking about it, I might need to just focus more on those kinds of lights. I know it's a little weird, but nothing can be done about that, unfortunately. Well, actually, what I could do is I could have, you know, all the lights have a cube on them, and the cube is where they're protecting. I was doing attenuation radius, but maybe a cube is better. Redo all the lights, if I do that. But it would mean that I could actually have the lights more predetermined to be much better. Build the lights, see how it looks. Let's build all levels real fast. Yeah, I have the H load, so I could actually um keep the performance up. But you know, yeah. And you do. Adjust my desk to a sitting position. Standing enough today. Like, I mean, it's already building. Yeah, much better. Walking before the stream, you. Also, should put the Discord link in here. Only took me like 3 hours or something, or almost 4 hours to remember this time around. You know, whatever. Over here. The message there and pin the message on Twitch. Till the end of the stream. They can be on the outskirts of the building. I don't care about that. That's perfectly fine. So a lot of cases, I think I'm going to get rid of a lot of the outer wall ones in general anyway. Not only does it reduce light complexity in the room, but not a huge point in them existing. You know? This probably also needs to be removed too because of the light issue. Of course, to be fair, there's lights over here. Probably not an issue on that one. Do it 5,000 as well? Yeah. Of course you are. What's a mere 5,000 between friends, right? You're just floating off in space. Cool. This whole system should probably be removed. They're kind of neat, but at the same time, I bent it all weird, so I don't even know if that even works. I mean, it does kind of have a nice, fun look to it. I have to move the whole thing over and see if that even gets the job done. I guess it kind of does. You could still rotate it and make it a little more spicy. I'm definitely going to remove a lot of these lights. I definitely feel like I went pretty ham on them, and there was that big of a reason to do so. Like, the occasional light, sure, but it's okay to have Poppet go in the darkness, you know? I'm putting so much of it that you literally can't ever get your curse back. So you can't use any of your stuff, and he's like, "Oh, I'm just punished for using anything." So let's unpunish by putting things in places so that there's, you know, just kind of more to it. Reminds me, excellent. Nope. Being honest, I wanted to release something or not that I was interested in. This is set to 7. No, it's 7. This is set to 5. That's fine. I'm a fan of these things here. Whoa, what's even going on there? Then there's probably just getting rid of this location anyway. This room needs a rework in general because I moved everything around. So I'm gonna have to redo all the rails too. I'll probably just end up, I mean, I'll do a bunch of different things here. On the plus side, if I just redo these rails, I don't have to have as many stupid things to load. Kind of nice. Yeah, I want you to delete that. Very good. I guess to be fair, there's no need to bend this. I could actually just have another straight one. All these are supposed to be in the fire room. Yeah, I don't really need to bend this. Kind of overkill for, but it's a squared off corner anyway. Be a good area for combat though. A lot of this map's not gonna have that much combat. I'll have to do a lot with the water to make it interesting, but you know. It'll be one of the first rooms that there's a great deal of things that can, you know, just straight kill you. What it'll do is send you back to the waiting room, basically. To fall. Which sucks, but you know. Just that door over there, so it's not that incredibly far. A little far. They might be sad. I'm fine with that, though. Sometimes you gotta take the training wheels off. It also means more blueprints. Yay! If I want these splines to have some other effect, I can just change the one thing and it changes all of them. Very handy. Very handy indeed. This actually doesn't even really connect to it. I don't even know if I like it, because then down here you have this mess. And I don't think that's very good. Like, it sounds okay at first until you realize that I intend for them to walk down here. So my master plan is kind of terrible. I could just have these and that's basically the same thing. Only with way less work. Already in the fire room. Love these giant lamps. Smaller lamps, so they're not insane. I mean, to be honest, I don't even need that here, technically. Could intentionally put it a little farther from the wall just to minimize the light problem. Remember, this room suffered from a problem of you could never get your curse back in it. Like anywhere you went, you'd be in this maze and you literally just could not get your curse back. And it's probably these things. Now, these only at 1,000. So it shouldn't be a problem. 3,000, no. See if we can't fix some problems here. This attenuation radius does not need to be 5,000. I'm willing to bet that like probably 1,500 is okay. Actually, let me grab the cube. Cube. I can't wait till I get to go back to the non-emissive stuff so then I can just see what the attenuation radius would be on this stuff instead of being emissive and lame. I get to use point lights instead. Mm-hmm. Needs to be able to hit the floor nearby it, so I do this here, and then 1,500. That'd probably be fine. I mean, obviously 3,000 is insane, right? Might not even be enough. Might need like 2,000. Probably fine. I'm just gonna change his defaults. 2,000, not 5,000. Fix my light problem. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna change this cubes are huge. Did not actually change the intensity at all. That's because these cubes are emissive. They're just so bright. I turned up the light on everything though, that's true. But to be fair, the engine scalability is set differently. The epic lighting is slightly better. Could have post-processing. The problem with post-processing is actually these just seem huge. They could be too emissive. I almost want to reduce the intensity on all of them. Like 5,000 is their default. It's just the light. Oh, that's actually on top of the thing. My bad. I'm smart. Everything will go back to its default. So I do that. Set the vacuum tube and set the base thing to not that insane intensity. Even like 2000 or something. Something that's just less gross. They're still ridiculous. Why are they so ridiculous? Big. No longer the worst though. It's a bit off, but it's no longer the worst. Oh yeah, on these, I didn't change that. Doing all the machinery stuff I made, I'm probably just gonna go and change the defaults, right? I like the black plastic better. I think I do. We'll change all those later. I'm probably gonna want to remove every reference to that, but I might use it somewhere, so maybe I don't care that much. Oh, possibly I'm gonna want walls in this instead, but we'll get to that room. Well, actually, this room does matter. That's true. It is a relevant room. Hmm. What am I doing with this room? I guess I'm splitting it. I don't hate the Hall of Records. This room could easily be split like I'd move this door probably. But it could easily be split in half and still be a huge room. It's just a grossly big room. Way too big. Just empty. So where are we splitting it? Are we splitting it more than once? Maybe we're splitting it more than once. This room is so big. I just want to split it once though. Just maybe down the middle. Hmm. What if I did this? That'd be better to have it split like this, or would I want to split it the other direction? I guess to be fair, the rooms are kind of built as though I split them the other way. So maybe I do that. Right? Like I could have a kitchen and a dining room. And that would be probably better. Certainly better. That's probably fair. It does have, you know, that split setup there, so it does make a lot more sense. I don't know what I'm really doing with this room per se, but I mean, I know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna change it up a little bit here. These are huge. Fix all these. I'm very much decided that they need to have some changes done here. Guess light doesn't need to be on either for that matter. Like, why are any of the lights on? They don't gotta be on. Make you earn it. Make you turn them on yourself. I have a use for this. But it's like a lore use. Like, you know, what if I have a cake for Charlotte, but just, you know, when it's like her birthday or something. What this? What spawn stuff? And the cake is just through the thing. Then there's these. These have an intensity of 2000 though, so it's basically unnecessary to even have this light, I imagine. The 2000 intensity is probably not acceptable though for these two because they're right by the wall. Come to me, light cube. Let us measure. 2000's a lot. That is unacceptable. Oh, woke up from a nap. Nice, nice. I envy you. Whole nap thing. Hopefully it was a good nap and a long one. Like an 8-hour one or something. Best nap. Hear you on that one. Hear you on that one. Nice, nice. Outside world. Gotta make that drive. Gotta get the goods. I mean, I don't know about the outside world, but I'll take your word for it. It's the right choice, you know. I'm assuming it's worth the trip. But is it really? Is it? 1,000 reaches super far. You should easily reach the distance, I assume. Let's test. I think so. Oh, it's fair. I mean, you know. For the right addiction, you gotta go the distance, yo. It happens. Happens indeed. Pretty much. Seymour's not gonna feed himself. He needs your help. And I'm adjusting lights because they are providing light for other rooms, even though they shouldn't be, you know? And splitting some of these rooms up because they're huge. Yeah, Little Shop of Horrors. Haven't seen that in forever. There's actually like I think a couple versions of it. I don't think of the one with Rick Moranis because I think the other one pre that was like a couple decades before or something. I didn't watch. I think it was black and white or something. Yeah. I'm surprised there's not a diverse sequel they've made for it. Come on, Netflix. What have you been doing with your time? I shouldn't say that too loud because Netflix will hear me. That'll be sad. No, Netflix, don't do it. I didn't mean it. Still known, yes. I gotta take these ones out. These affect other rooms. You could just have them in the center like this. I don't hate it. Maybe I'll just drag these to the other room. Central light things. There's just a new type of light that exists only in these rooms. It only affects a certain height. I guess I'll put them here or something. They're kind of weird. I don't know how useful they are, but sure. Far be it from me to not make stuff weird. Yeah, Disney does that. Kind of their job. There was a time when they made some really good stuff. Like I went on an animation kick not that long ago. I actually watched the first Inside Out movie, and that movie is actually very good. I was like, I had to make certain Disney's name was really on it. I was like, what the heck? What happened? You guys used to be good. This was not what I expected. The second one's not very good. The second one's kind of crap. But the first one was very good. I wouldn't show it to a kid at all. Literally talking about, why a kid would, end up running away and stuff seems like a terrible thing to show a kid. But I was like, damn, this hits way harder than expected. But the Disney didn't always fuck things up. But yeah, the emotion one, yeah. It goes over the life of a kid like that and showing like the emotions of all things happening, and it gets pretty deep. There's some surprising things in there. And it just goes, I'm just like, wow. No wonder people said this one was really good. Yeah. And then the second one is about anxiety. like like wasn't as good at all. It wasn't terrible, but that's okay. Still better than a lot of the other crap Disney's released recently. God. They pay me to watch their stuff lately. It's terrible. Go over here. That's like this one. Well, I can't move this one. And never mind. I'm not moving the other. I want to be straight across from each other. Oh, that one's not really that straight across. In hindsight, it is not straight across. Oh, I see. Was that exciting, huh? Oh my. Whoa. Sounds spicy. Whatever it is. Fair. Guess I gotta move these over here. Now these look like, edgy tables because I replaced the climb texture with those. I actually don't think I want more tables here. I think there's too many. I'll get rid of a few of them. They're in the way. I just shrunk these rooms down. I think I want to turn these sideways. Oh, these, I don't like them. Get rid of a lamp or 12. Maybe I'll put a table lamp here or something just so they can be golden. What is this? What this? Oh, it was a spawner that was originally on the table. Huh. No. I guess I can see why you wouldn't want to mention that. I mean, they might feel bad because, well, let's be real here, being a dev doesn't exactly usually equate to getting that. These are like silent watchers. They're just spying on me. Let them talk. There are a couple that talk, but they were talking earlier and they haven't really talked since. So it's just been me sitting around talking to myself for the most part, which is okay because I talk to myself anyway if no one's around, so it's like, it's fine. Cybersecurity, pretty much. Yeah. Only I managed to stay up longer. Like, it's so weird. There's like two really good periods of traffic. There's like when I start, because I'm at the tail end of, you know, the US traffic. And then there's like 8 hours later because I'm at the European morning, or like afternoon, I think, actually. Yeah, I'm at the European afternoon. So there's like a great deal of traffic then. But that right time in between is not very good. Oh yeah, I'll want to chat. Yeah, some hours would definitely be better than others. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a downside to being those times. Like, if you aren't already streaming with traffic going and you walk into those hours, you now have huge competition. Like, the reason why I do well in those hours is because I've already been streaming 8 hours, so I've built up traffic throughout the night. And then I might be in the top like 5 in the category by then, and then it snowballs. But if I start right then, I'm going to be like at the bottom with basically nothing. So, the graveyard crew. So it's interesting to see. I mean, it definitely will be like, okay, well, there'll be, I don't know, maybe 20 people under the category at night. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing surprisingly well. I have no idea why I'm doing that well. I mean, you know, your help definitely is helping get me there for certain. Um, but yeah, it's just there's way less competition at night, but the traffic is way less valuable, and there's less of it. So, like, it's less valuable as far as, you know, ad revenue. Like, it's not valuable as far as the people, like, less valuable as the people. The people are still. Yeah, the looks help there. I mean, you know, as soon as you get the graphics, like, that'll only help out. I mean, it can't possibly hurt. People like shiny things. That makes such a difference. Such a difference. Because after all, I look at shiny things all the time, and waifus. The more of these two things, the more I'm like, yay. Oh gosh, it's so depressing when I go to raid people and everything I see is just more code. And it's like I go to raid and it's just like, all right, this person's doing code, this person's doing code, this person's doing code, 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 code. Wait, what? Oh yeah, code, code. It's like, show me some graphics. I want to raid someone doing something shiny, because by the time the end of the night, I'm just like, just out of it. Yeah. Well, the thing is it's often hard to understand code because, like, you're doing the code, you understand your code, sure. But when someone shows up and it's just like, okay, well, do you understand the code when I'm just, you know, working on Poppet? You probably don't, because you have no idea what I was working on, and I would have to sit there and explain everything. And for a lot of people, that's just, I mean, they might pick it up as I'm going, kinda, but there's just so much going on that, for the most part, they're just going to look at this mess and go, okay. So the coding stuff is not that exciting to watch. And I understand why. But yeah, I might try to explain things too, but the more complicated it gets, it's like if they didn't get the full explanation, you know, you have to tell all the systems that are attached. And it's just, like, I still talk over what I do too, but it's just harder for people to get into. It's just the nature of the beast, however you're going to do it. I mean, that's fair. I mean, if they're there for that, that's cool. But like I say, there'll be times when the person drops in, and I like to call it the tour problem, where every time I get new people, I got to run the tour of the game, which goes over all the things, which probably takes about half an hour now. And what it does, it gets them really into the game, and it just gets me people. But if I don't do that, they have no idea what's going on, and it's like, okay, whatever. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I try to catch the code people are doing, but I don't always understand. I don't always spend the time to really figure out where it's going. I want more tables than this. I want like them sideways, I think, is the problem. I'm gonna turn my tables sideways real quick. Yeah, I mean, there'll be people who get your code, but just the average dropper buys, they just don't. And they're probably not going to invest the time to figure it out. At least that's what I've found when it comes to retaining viewers. When I'm coding, oh my god, it's... Unless it's something I'm testing over and over, I find that I don't retain viewers very well. But... yeah, pretty much. But most of the time, I'm not doing a lot of coding for very long, which I think helps. Like, if I'm doing something, like, I'll sit there and I'll make the entire thing that night. Like, I need this new mechanic, so I'm just making it that night. So then they're kind of along for the ride. I mean, not all of them are. If they just show up in the middle of it, I can't do anything about that, but they at least have some concept, whereas otherwise it's like, maybe they get it? Yeah. Well, what I've actually found, as I've done more and more things, I'll show you in a second, but a lot more of the areas are becoming all blueprints. Like, you know, I was setting up things where it was just static meshes sitting places, but I want to interact with everything. Yeah. So we'll call it the waiting room problem. Like, this is a prime example of what's been happening. Let me go over to the room here. And that's that if you look, every single thing in here besides this couch is a blueprint. Doors are blueprints. The bottom, this light is a blueprint. These things are blueprints. The windows are blueprints. Like, everything is a blueprint. Because I want to interact with everything. So these are blueprints, so like that. I guess the pot itself is not a blueprint. The flower is. Yeah, so I end up designing these things for that because it started out with just, oh, I built the levels, and then, okay, well, they're just getting replaced by blueprints as I go. It's just like, oh, cool, that's a blueprint. These are eventually a blueprint. I want to grow the pumpkins. I mean, you can't tell me it isn't exciting to see a giant growing pumpkin, like with like a face on it. It's just a stupid thing. I'm gonna put one on there just to show how exciting this obviously is, because let's just be real here. Growing pumpkins, like, screw this. Let's put a little baby pumpkin here, and they'll be like, what in the world? And because it was originally going to be a double jump puzzle, but double jump's lame. Nobody likes double jump. I mean, it's not like totally, it's like, this is actually too small, I think, but it's still funny. People be like, oh, cool. Then you have a giant growing pumpkin. Obviously, this one probably needs to be a lot bigger, but I can change the numbers. So let's say I make it like, you know, make it tinier, like a 10. Put it on the ground. Apparently, if I do that, it's not going to work. And then the starting scale of 10. Number lock needs to be on. Pretty helpful, I think. And then how big does it need to get to? It needs to get to 20, right? Okay. I didn't think about it, but yeah, like, and I'll just start enlarging those instead, and then the pumpkins will get replaced too. You can also make ones that shrink too. But fair, fair. Well, I mean, you know, thanks for dropping by and chatting with me, you know. Because really, just chatting makes me want to do more. There we go. It's facing the wrong direction. I don't like that it's facing the wrong direction. It makes me sad. We'll shrink it back down. You. Oh. Oh, thanks for the sub, Fox. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. I appreciate it. I mean, I didn't have to. I definitely appreciate it. Definitely doing a lot to help me get, do well on Twitch. I would not be where I'm at without your help. 100%. Oh, it definitely motivates. Yeah, I'm yeah, this has been like a game. Like, everything's been like this very motivational. I mean, the lack of sleep isn't very motivational, but other than the lack of sleep, everything else is very motivational with Twitch. I've been very surprised at just how much just the support involved. Like the lack of sleep, sometimes I'm just like, for some reason, I think I did like 11 hours yesterday or something. And some dude was, he like shows up like near the end to argue about how he could make a AAA game in like 4 years or something all by himself. And he's like, I don't even have a good enough computer to make a game. And I'm like, God, it was so stupid. You could still see the conversation on, I think, the YouTube version. Actually, it'd still be on the Twitch version too. So funny. That was funny though. Yeah, I mean, Anyway, yeah. Oh, that reminds me, Fox. I might. Yeah. Well, it's just the previous broadcast. Just go to like the end of it, and it'll still be. I didn't take the broadcast down, and you can just see it. It's just like the guy's just crazy. He had no idea. But yeah, I was gonna say like I've got a self promotion in my Discord, so if you want to post your stream links in my Discord in the self promotion, you totally can. Like, I'm meaning to tell you that. It's like, oh, I got one right there. It's just sitting in the Discord. I mean, I've only got like maybe 40 people in the Discord, but still, it's one more place you can post things, and the more the merrier, right? It's the goal. Find as many places as possible. Just have a whole list. I need to go through and start using my X account again because I was posting there. That'd be cool. I don't even know how to do that for Discord. I should probably find ways to do things. There's a lot of things I need to figure out. I just haven't got to it yet. I just keep obsessing over the game. Game. Oh my god, the game. I'm in it for the game. That'd be cool. Because, I mean, I post my YouTube link each time too there because I do simulcast to the two, but YouTube is. It ain't it, man. Ain't it. Taking 1 or 2 days off for PC and upgrading. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, that's always exciting. New computer stuff is amazing. I'd be like kid in a candy store. Cool. I mean, thanks. That's definitely I mean, that's pretty handy. Oh, you know what's funny? Remember you guys telling me to use that bot thing to remove all the followers? I didn't get around to it, I forgot about it. But Twitch is just deleting all the people anyway, so it's just removing the followers manually or doing it for me. I was sitting there going, oh, cool, thanks. Speaking of random software things, I was like, oh yeah, I got to do that. Oh wait, Twitch removed them. Huh. Thanks. Yeah. How handy of them. There's still a handful of them left, I think. There's like maybe like, I don't know, maybe like 20 of them or something, but I don't know, over the course of the last one, they removed like 30 of them. So, yeah, I could have, but then I didn't. If I ever need an explanation, it's like, I could have, I just forgot. But apparently it doesn't matter because they'll do it for me anyway. Which is fine. The only problem is it screws up your follower goals. Like, oh yeah, your next follower goal is 210. close to 210 followers. Oh, the new mechanic. Well, actually, this is a mechanic I put back in the game. It was already in there. I just never had a place for it. But now I have the cubes that you can carry around that you get to use. I'm using them as stepping stools, basically. You can. What happened there? I have so many questions. I have no idea what just happened there. What in the world? Okay, well, anyway. That works. Apparently I can shoot him through the floor now. Cool. This was not a problem earlier. Yeah, I'm using him as stepping stones because it was. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, thanks for the sub and all that, and thanks for all the information. Good luck getting all the stuff, you know, on your epic journey. Just remember, it's always better if you have, you know, at least some amount of midgets with hairy feet, a dude with a wizard hat, and an epic soundtrack. Every trip is better. 100%. Just say you're taking the one bag of cash to the dispensary. Mount Dispensary, there you go. Or whatever it is. I mean, sure. I bet you there's probably some OnlyFans out there for that. It wouldn't even surprise me. The internet's a sick place. 3 lab mice in a cage? I mean, you know. There's probably an OnlyFans for that, too. Apparently I can't stack these. This mechanic was supposed to be so cool and... Have I seen that? I swear it sounds familiar, but my memory of it is not good. Huh. I'll have to look it up. I just, I'm sure I saw it. I saw lots of weird, you know, bizarro movies when I was, younger. Young Adam Sandler took over that. I swear I've seen it. Be an utter shock if I hadn't. There was a time when I watched many of his movies. Can I get up to this? I don't think I can. I think the problem was I need like something because these stick out a little too much. Alright. Catch you later, Fox. Good luck on the trip. So, what's I working on? What I'm doing. Not drinking caffeine at the moment. Clearly mistakes were made. Always mistakes made. Of course, I could have switched to alcohol too. That'll make me more creative. Alcohol plus AI. The best way of doing anything. Sure, the AI might not do what you want, but you also won't care, so... Eh. Does this even need to be in this spot? Seems kind of redundant because these are there. Well, maybe not. These, at 1,000, they won't really reach very far down. Oh yeah, the moon. Moon. I am going to put a rolly ball moon thingy as an enemy at some point. Not right now, though. I also don't even know where it would go. It would be funny if you have to defeat the moon in order to get the moon tarot. And it's funny that I'm going to add that to my notes. Um, So eat rolling pumpkin boss for Moon Tarot? Or maybe it could be an Indiana Jones scenario. Or maybe make it an Indiana Jones scenario where the moon is rolling after you. You have to escape it once you selected the Moon Tarot. That would be pretty cool. Like, it's literally, you go into like a little mini like temple with like a little moon thingy on like that, and it's like a little Mount Doom thingy. Not Mount Doom, but Temple of Doom. And as soon as you grab that, the ball starts rolling after you, and you have to escape the ball. I like this idea. I don't need to make it right now because the Moon Tarot is super far away in the game. Probably in the third area, maybe the second, but definitely not the first. We've satisfied the, you know, exactly which 5 are currently in the demo. Is, oh, where are we now? Well, I was playing around with the library. Like, I took the library, split it in 2, thus creating a jumping puzzle through here, which goes all the way up to here, using the magician, the empress to get up here, jump over to here, and then you can get onto this, which can also lead out if you want. Then you can grow a plant to get up to there, grow a plant to get to there, jump, 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 get to there, and this gets you to a collectible, or maybe a key, probably a key. That splits the library up. I was reworking the library to use these little cubes, because 2 cubes stacked can actually get you up to these places. So I was doing that. It can also get you up on here too. I put the light cubes back in because I got tired of having to put lights everywhere. So the light cubes prevent that because they're a moving light source. I was going through and adjusting all the lights in the rest of the place because some of them were so huge that they were affecting whether or not I could actually gain power back anywhere. Yeah, like with these ones here, if you want to get to a higher thing, you can just go, okay, well, I'll just drop them here. Cool. We'll do more stacking. Whoa. Apparently sometimes it doesn't want to stack very well. That's cool. Now she can pull herself up. But you can see, you know, it starts to get dark over here, so you can also take these with and throw them up there so you don't have to deal with the problem as much. And get up there? Nope, I missed. I'll get it up there. 2 points. Yay. Toy cubes. Yep. And so now you have a light source up there, and you can actually use it to get places. There's the book in the way there, so I have to grab an area without a book. Then you can use the books to get to these higher areas, I think. You should be able to. So I'm gonna put more things on the shelves that are just sticking out to get up there. It'll be a little wonky and weird. Yeah, you'll take those and throw them around. That helps. Or just, you know, use them to get to smaller areas over here, because 2 of them will get you onto these. What is happening with this spot? I have questions. They were turned back. Kind of messed up with the thing, though. What in the world? It worked over here. Make note to fix that. Fixes to do. Second. Chin cubes. Sometimes fall through the floor and dropped. Yeah. So anyway, we work on those, and then I added this room here. I decided to take this room over here and not this room. This room here and split it into two. So now there's a kitchen, and there'll be a dining area out here. Because I took the boss out of here, and the room is so big. It's just too big. It is stupidly big. So there's no reason for that. Yeah, that's a lot of what I've been working on. I think I fixed some random crap along the way. Like I said, I've been fixing the lights. I replaced one of the metal thingies with I replaced the metal with a new type of metal that I think looked way better on all this stuff there, so that's nicer. Yeah, a lot of it's for me just tweaking things, because the big problem I've been having is the lights will affect other rooms. Like, you're going along and then you can't gain curse back because a light in a different room is too close. So we're fixing a lot of that. A bunch of these lights were set to 5,000, so I've been looking for any other lights that are set to stupidly high numbers. Because, well, that's a big number. 5,000 is a big number. This should be smaller. I think I'm going to replace this puzzle with, like, mini pumpkins instead. Because, you know, instead of having, like, you know, just jumping, I could have it as, like, you know, you grow the pumpkins. Or maybe I can mix the two up. Like, let's say I have, like, double jump and I also have, like, growing pumpkins. This makes this a half of one puzzle, half of another. Actually, to be fair, no, wait, this is not a half-half anymore. I think it is still, because you could grow and... Maybe. Do I want to mix a half? Maybe I can be half-half. Yeah, that's kind of a lot of what it is. I'm probably gonna work on some AI at some point, just because I've been kind of designing areas a lot lately and just fixing crap. And you know, after a while, I actually kind of start to run a little dry on ideas and need to kind of change things up a bit to really just keep things fresh. Yeah, that's kind of about it. How's work going? You doing exciting things, or is that a nah? Lights don't need to be on. Ah, I finally had 100 messages in the restream chat today. Took 4 hours. Amazing, but not the worst. Yeah, not a whole lot going on in my world lately. I kind of been slacking on work and doing more Twitch than I probably should be, but I enjoy it. The problem, because you know, the work is what pays the bills, not Twitch. So yeah. Otherwise, I would do like 12-hour streams every day. But regrettably, that is not something I get to get away with. I think I'm just not going to put these on the walls. I don't like them very much because they interfere with other rooms, and that is kind of not what I want. I'm not going to use additional lights. I'm just going to stick with the same handful of lights. I'm not using lights on these walls. I'm removing all the lights from the walls before all said and done. Want to apply for a job? Don't like your current job? I thought your current job lets you sit there and watch streams all day. Isn't that like a great job? Am I missing something? That seems like a pretty good job. This room is going to get so much change done to it. I don't know what yet, but I'm just moving the lights that are on the walls because it's a problem. That's fair. I would say I quit jobs that don't pay much, but technically I guess this Twitch is now paying me a little bit. It does count as a job. Fun though. I ain't quitting it, so can't say I quit jobs that don't pay much. I think I'm just getting rid of these lights. The wall light is such a problem. I guess I can get away with this one. Maybe. Fine if it's in the center of the room. Not fine if it's somewhere else. Also, the toy maze had a lot of problems too. Yeah, Twitch is good. Like I say, you should start streaming again. After all, you know, for you, life it's so much cheaper there anyway, and as long as you're streaming when I'm off, I can just rage you. So I mean, you know, you'll get people to watch. Got to stream consistently, and that's pretty much all you got to do. Of course, it's hard to do consistently for if you have family, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. But now I'm in a position to help you out, whereas previously, since I wasn't on Twitch, I couldn't do anything. It's like, oh, you know, whatever. Okay, so now I am affected by the curse a lot more. Now makes this significantly more terrifying. Well, now almost everywhere is affected by it. There's a light here, though. I forgot how big this light was. Now I can just run with it because it literally doesn't cost as much. It doesn't cost enough. I think I need to raise the cost. Oh, I mean, that can work. And the light acts as the thing, so you're safe. You take her and throw her through, and jump in yourself. Hey, lower that down. Oh yeah, but I mean, might as well make her stream. Right? I mean, gives her something to do. Could make you additional scratch. If she's a game dev, I'll rate her too. I don't know. I mean, my audience is basically, you know, game devs, so it's not like we're just devs in general. So they aren't going to really stay for anything that isn't just straight up regular, more game dev stuff. they probably aren't. I'm so bad at picking people to raid too. Like, I guess I've come up with some okay ones, but half the ones I raid are just turned out to be doing something not that great, or they never talk, or they're just not great. I'm just like, cool, thanks, bro. I shrink this down. Not a ridiculous size. I don't plan to put a few more of these there. Maybe in each of the boxes I'll put a lamp. It's way too fast. I can't keep track of what's going on. Yeah, I am the terrible. It's funny, last night there was I raided this guy. I think I sent him like 16 people or something. Pretty much, yeah. I'll know everyone. Yeah, I sent him like 16 people, and his game looked kind of cool because it's for like all kinds of weird explosion effects and everything like that. And then he just never talked. And then before I left, some other guy raided him too. The dude got, I think something like 25 viewers suddenly and never said a word. And he just lost a whole bunch of them. I was like, man, this was the opportune moment, buddy. What is wrong with you? Why have you not taken up the chance to do the opportune moment? And sometimes you just don't do the opportune thing. And then you sad. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. I follow a lot of them. I didn't follow that guy because, well, he wouldn't talk, so I don't like following people who just never talk. But I've been following a lot of people. And it's been interesting. Yes. Interesting indeed. Like, I don't know how many people have picked up. Quite a few. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's just really bad for him because he could have probably got himself to affiliate on just that alone, but he just did it. And I'm just like, okay, all right, good. Okay. It's just like, I guess I should work on this thing here. I don't really like this thing much. Would probably make it more interesting. I'll make them turn on their own lights. Probably put some combat in here too. I'll just put a light in every one of the cubes. And that cube. I put them in both these levels here already. And those two levels. And I think that's all the cube places. There's two in this one too. Oh, way down here. Is there any way into this one? Oh. Okay, let's go in here. Cubes everywhere. Gotta put more combat in the thing. Yeah. Was strange. I did not get it. Oh. That's okay. I don't have to get it. I ain't gotta understand. I put one in here? I did not put one in here. I'm gonna have to strategically remove a lot of these lights too so that they seem more there's like less ways you can go. You'll have to worry about it. I mean, tell them about how you like whatever they're doing. You know, go. I don't know what their business is, but I'm sure you can actually talk about the stuff that they do, right? Not a bad plan. Well, they're doing the ad break. I'm gonna grab myself a. I got a follow from the bot. That's fair. Happens. I got a little excited for a second there. I was like, oh yeah, I heard a thingy, and then unfortunately, it was just a bot. On the plus side, though, I've got 5 subs now, so I'm like halfway to the 10 sub thingy, which gives me a couple extra emojis. I'm like, ooh, emojis. I'm hoping that I can achieve that. I mean, he's banned, so like, and what it says is it's likely ban evader, and it restricts him because he's like, I guess he's changing his thing, but Twitch still sees him as a ban evader, so it's hard to say. But I mean, he's already banned, so I don't know. These are questions that I don't have good answers for. I guess I can put some of these guys in there or something. I think I have a nav mesh that covers this whole area. I don't know if I like that. These are gonna have to be pretty small. I didn't put one in here. I thought I put a lamp in here. I didn't. All right, well, I'm doing that. Might not even fit in there. We'll make the trigger distance like 1,000 or something. And the despawn like 3,000. Yeah. I mean, I'm still getting there as far as Twitch goes. Before I get to the all the bonus emojis and stuff, which is pretty awesome. Meanwhile, over on YouTube, so anyway, that was my YouTube experience. Oh, I don't even get people on YouTube. It's terrible. That's okay, because I'd rather everyone be on Twitch and 0 people be on YouTube. I need to make like videos to show people on YouTube to just kind of show where I'm at in the game. And I don't should. I also spend way too much time streaming, so there's not enough time to do everything else I want to do. So I would say I could make them on stream, but I really can't because I have to record things, and my computer's not going to do both. I mean, I could try to record twice, but well, I guess if I could record not having my face on there, because if I'm going to make a video showing people how the game stuff, I want to have just the game. I don't want to have me on top of it. Fine for the stream, obviously. Stream, it's, you know, people get to look at you and they grow attached to you or something. You know, it's more personal that way. But not really trying to get personal with the random people watching the YouTube video. I don't think that pans out the way I want it to. Why do I even have this table thing here? I put it under here with the assumption that this was going to hold up this box, but I mean, the rest of this is kind of held up by a hope and a dream anyway. Yes, it doesn't seem like it would be very stable. I don't know. That's fair. I mean, you know, making a game dev doc made a big difference in what I was doing because it really helped focus things. I mean, don't get me wrong, my game dev doc is far off of what it is now. Like, it used to be much closer to what I was making, but it got me started and focused on what I was building. I definitely followed the Thomas Brush's idea of what they would be. I don't know about this whole team thing, but if you know a bunch of people who make games, I just find logistically a team doesn't work very well because everyone's all around the world, and it's just fine if it's like a game jam or something. But it's not like I have time for a game jam anyway. Maybe I'll put Rails on here. Like if I had time for a game jam, it'd be such a different story. I don't even have time to sleep. Own game jam. So I'm just like, but yeah, if you can find a good team. I think the more ideal thing is if you can find people around you, like locally, as your team, because then, you know, you can actually spend time around and doing things and stuff, and it makes it much better than it just being random people on the internet. You're just like, it'll work out fine, I'm sure. Can't really talk to them at all, you know, have to rely on the weird schedule differences, gotta send files back and forth all over the place. Really crappy if it's a giant, you know, game in Unreal. That's fair. Game jam size is not the worst. Not the worst indeed. Would I mean, there's so many of them going around. Over in like Swashbuckling Fox's thing, he's trying to get a game jam with his Discord. He raids me all the time. Great guy. I'll put a link to his Discord. But you might like working with their stuff. Discord link. Yeah. So you join it with their thing since they're doing one. At the time, he didn't have any details on exactly what the theme was, so I don't know if you picked one or not. I haven't looked into it, but it's not like I have time to do a game jam right now. If I did it all in stream, maybe. Like, I would consider taking a break from this game temporarily to do it. If I had a really good idea for the whatever the theme was. But it would need to be a good idea for the theme. I'm not just going to do one and go with no idea of what I want to do. That's a disaster. Yeah, I haven't looked too much into game jams lately. If anything, I'd probably take End Remember Tomorrow's mechanic and rebuild it in Unreal Engine and start trying to turn that into a thing there so I can use a game jam as an excuse to make a prototype for it. The running mechanic. But to be fair, since it's Unreal Engine, I almost don't want to use that mechanic. I was mostly using it in the other game because that was just cool for what it was, but I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty hard, you know. I wish I got into the game jam when I was younger because I would have had a lot of friends who probably would have been into it. But the difference was is the information really wasn't as available. It wasn't really until the rise of YouTube that a lot of information on how to do stuff was even around. We'd have been using crap like RPG Maker back then, which would have been way better back then because, let's be real here, it was a way better engine back, 20 years ago or something when I would have been looking. It's kind of been a bit. I've definitely don't even talk to any of those friends anymore. Well, not many of them. And all drifted apart, really. Some of them went wacky. Yeah, that's fair. I keep telling Fox he needs to post his on itch as well because it's just easier to get people. But he just wants to do one with his Discord. The other problem is then you got to find a software everyone can use too, and you're probably, well, I mean, you might use UE or whatever. I don't know. Whatever software you plan to use will make a big difference. You got to find people while using it. It seems like it's quite the challenge sometimes. You need to move this over a little bit so it's not sticking in the water. And most of the time I prefer to do one with the prize on the line. It just makes me more driven to do a good job as opposed to where there's just nothing and it's like, well, I could do this, but it's not really furthering my goals at all to do so. So it has no real meaning. Like, I mean, it's just, okay, I made a game, cool. I don't care. I've made game jam games before. Not very meaningful to me to make another game with no purpose in mind. Now, if there's like some sort of, exposure or money or something, that's a different story. Then I have every reason to try to do well, but I already do enough working for free. I don't need to work for free more. That's my theory. Grabbed the wrong one, I did. Yeah. I do want to take the mechanic that I had for art and use it for a different game, maybe. Or maybe I just make that into a Metroidvania. I don't know. I don't know if I want to make another Metroidvania after this one. We'll see. If this one does really well, then yeah, I'll make a sequel, but I don't know. I mean, I do like Metroidvanias, so maybe I do want to make one. I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say indeed. Board here. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it on if I was gonna doing any more for a long time. I mean, the only reason I did the one for RPG Maker all that time ago was they had that $1,000 prize. I was like, okay, well, I'm willing to try for this. I noticed they didn't do it again, so clearly they were not very impressed with what they got out of their $1,000. That's fair, but who are you showcasing it to, right? That's my question. Like, yeah, you showcase your knowledge, but what, to a handful of devs who were in the game jam? Okay. Does that mean anything? I don't think so. And it's not like you're going to take your game jam game and go to a publisher and be like, look at this, because the publisher's just going to laugh and, move on with their life. Clearly, they don't care about a game jam game. It's like, why? What's the goal here? What are you trying to accomplish with the game jam? If you just want to make a game because it's fun, yeah, sure, whatever, that's fine. I won't fault anyone for having fun. But if your goal is to get your name out there, it's not going to do it. So, I mean, like, maybe in the best world you get like 50 people playing your game jam. Okay. That's not really anything. But I don't like them for exposure. I like them for teaching people how to make a game and focus on something. I like that. If you haven't don't know how to make a game, it's pretty good. But beyond that, I don't know. I think your best bet is actually to just make a really quick idea game that is ready to be sold to the public. Not like, not something that's super complicated, but just take one mechanic and make it really good. Your one game, spend like 2-3 months on it and then just kick it out the door and put it on Steam or the Android marketplace or something like that. Because you'll get more experience from that, you'll get way more exposure from that, and you'll actually potentially make money from that. Whereas the game jam, you're probably not. Plus, as a bonus, you don't have to worry about what the theme is, because the theme is whatever you wanted to make. A lot of people making big projects like these often do that, because these big projects often don't even do that well. Thankfully, there's people saying they're gonna, get this game when it comes out, so that's cool. Streaming has given it at least some notoriety. But at this point, realistically, the product is me streaming because I made more me streaming than I have off game dev. That's true. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've made $0 off game dev, so technically, no matter any amount of money I make, even if it's $10 or whatever, it's still more than I made off the game. Streaming isn't exactly paying the big dollars, but it does give additional money towards making the game better, which I really like. Yeah. And also, if you show it to a publisher that you've already released things on Steam, even if they weren't good, it shows you can release your stuff. So, just on average, I don't really believe in the game jam idea unless you're just totally new to this and have no idea how to make a game. In which case, yeah, sure. Otherwise, I don't know. Feels weird, man. Feels weird. I might try a release a game in a month thing on Steam. That'd be fun. The problem is I'm working on this, and for streaming purposes, it's way better to stick with the game you're currently making and just keep making it better and better so people go, ooh, ah, and think it's awesome to watch. As opposed to starting something new, which will look like crap. Have no mechanics and probably take, multiple months to get to a point where it's even cool to look at. Unless you recycle code, which, if I made another Metroidvania, I would almost certainly recycle code from this game. Yeah, I don't like rev shares much. The problem with a rev share is that well, people have to honor it. Sure hope they do. But you know. I either want to be the person who's like the head of the project who's paying people to do things and taking all the profits, or I want to be someone who's just paid money to do some task in the project and then I'm done with it. Like no matter what happens with the game, does well or not, I fulfilled my role and got my cash. So those are the two ways I like to do things. Partnerships, eh. I mean, maybe if I knew the person really well or something, but I don't know any IRL game devs. Not a single one. I don't even know anyone interested in game dev IRL. I try to get people interested, but I know some IRL coders, but just being a coder doesn't exactly make you a game dev. It just means that you likely were doing something that was actually profitable instead of making games. That. Gotta love profitability. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, one of the big problems I have is also the laws in other countries aren't the same. But, you know, let's say I have a contract with someone in another country. I can't enforce that. So, like, their laws, they aren't even necessarily governed by the laws I am. So they could be like, well, it has to be dealt with by U.S. law. Well, okay, good luck getting them to court to deal with it. And is it even going to be worth it with all the money I got to invest? Like, that's even if I could get them there, which it doesn't do anything. So they could screw you over very easily. That always bugs me because I've been screwed over more than a few times in the past on things. I'm very cognizant of that being a possibility. You know, it's one thing if it's a dumb game jam. I don't give a crap because you know it's just a game jam. But for a big project, that would just problem. Definitely a problem. So you know, yeah, can you do? What can you do indeed? I mean, that's everyone else. Not like that's just me and everyone else. You know, maybe you have better luck with it. Get your wife into working on one. You know, if she's got some sort of a skill or something. Hopefully, you can at least trust her. I mean, that would be very important. That'd be a good partner. I don't know, there's some women I did in the past I would have probably been more excited to do that with. Not that I date anymore. I don't have time. Also, it's expensive. Ugh, thanks. I have my waifus in my game close enough. No, I just don't even have time to sleep. Who has time to date too? Like if they're like go on a date or get some sleep, I think at this point I'd be like, up, sleeping. Well, you could just give her a task from it, like, you know, pick one thing to show her how to do and just teach her how to do that one thing. Maybe she does art, maybe she does coding, maybe you know, she builds levels, maybe she writes a story for it. I don't know. Depends on what you're making really and what you need, but you're basically the boss at that point, so you have to delegate and you got to pick what you delegate to the people. And it's a lot like one of those like survival games where you like, you know, you have like a bunch of survivors and you got to sit there and uh relegate them to the tasks they're good at. Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think that if you're looking to make money, game dev is a terrible choice, but if you're looking to live a dream, game dev is most definitely that. And it's a fantastic dream to try to live if you can do it. Still a lot of fun getting there too, so it's not like even if I fail, I'll still have enjoyed the ride. Well, I mean, you just gotta ask her, you know, well, you want her to it to be her game that you're making? Is that what you're saying, or you want it to be like? I mean, surely you know what she's into. You can definitely suggest she do a particular task on a game that she's, you know, into. She has a talent of some sort. Oh well, I mean, she doesn't have to be like if she just did some sort of specific task for the game, not like the coding or anything like that, you know. Or honestly, though, you're probably better off making like you know YouTube videos or something. More likely to make money off that than probably game dev. Game dev has such a long runway. And I find it very unusual that any woman I've ever met even likes games, or at least wants to make them. I've seen it every once in a while. It's not like they don't exist, but they are a rare breed. Probably the rarest breed. People chatting. Problem is, I'm currently streaming. I stream so much now; it's hard to actually push talking in the Discord. Oh, does YouTube have a link to pay other payouts besides PayPal? Like, I don't actually know. I didn't bother to look terribly into it because I'm not even close to monetization on, you know, YouTube. So I kind of didn't care. I was like, whatever. I'll get to it when I get to it. But I don't see myself probably hitting a payout on YouTube ever at this point. I've got like, I think 260 some odd subs, so nowhere close. And we're not even going to talk about watch time. Yeah, right. You could try streaming on Rumble or Kick. I have no idea what their payouts are, but the monetization on Rumble and Kick is way lower. Okay, actually, I don't know if that's a true statement on Kick. I retract that part. But on Rumble, you just automatically monetize. You don't actually have to have anything. I'm actually half tempted to switch Restream.io's second thing to stream to there and just, you know, tell YouTube to kick rocks. Maybe use it for videos instead of streaming. Oh yeah, Twitch is way easier to get monetized on. 50 followers and like 3 concurrent watchers, or 1,000 subscribers and you have to have 4,000 watch hours in a month. If you had that on Twitch, you would make good money. And if there's like 1,000 followers, not even think 1,000 subs on Twitch, obviously that would be good money. You'd be surprised. Subs on Twitch, though, are not as good as you think they are. They can be good. But, like, there's, depending upon the country, I've seen gotten as low as 26 cents for a sub and as high as $3.80 for a sub. So, where the sub comes from makes a big difference, too. It's interesting. You think YouTube would be a little more lenient. Yeah, I would say look into Kick and Rumble. And of course, if you decide to stream on Twitch, I can help you out there, but can't really help you on the other ones. Though I'm definitely looking at the other ones as potential options. I mean, I could technically pay for Restream to stream to all of them, but I don't really want to stream to YouTube. It's not really growing my audience at all. It sort of is. I've gotten a handful of people on the Discord, but I don't know. Because any money I can get, it just helps me get more stuff for the game. So it's just additional funding for the game. Like, I don't need it to live or anything, but cutting costs on the game by, you know, helping finance it with streaming is nice, because I can get way cooler stuff that I was probably not going to be able to afford otherwise. Now it's like, well, this will cover some of the costs. Kind of. I don't think Kick is US only. I don't know if Rumble is, I don't know what the payout is on them, so I can't really say. I would say just look into it and see if you could, if it works for your country. I mean, you know. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be nice if it paid the bills too, but I can live on very little as well, too. Like, I just gives me, like, if it did pay my bills, what it means is that I could spend more time doing game dev and I would just stream longer. Because I would, you know, stop doing my other business that I don't like all that much. Or I would cut it way back. Even now, I'm just like, I don't know about this business. But I don't gotta have that. But it would speed up the process of making the game, because I have to devote so much time to doing the other thing too that I can't do everything. There is only 24 hours in the day. I really need to focus on getting what's necessary for the demo done, and stop messing with things that aren't demo related. Like yesterday, I messed with like the blimp thing, which has nothing to do with the demo. Waste of time for that. I mean, it's cool, I like it, but waste of time for what I was trying to accomplish. I don't know why this actually. But yeah. Once I get a demo, I can sit there and basically farm it out for funding to help, get it. I maybe, or at the very least, get Steam wish lists. Like these are options. Just some kind of funding. Then I can get even more cool characters. But if I don't get the funding, I'll just find more jank ways to cut the costs a bit, because I need a lot of characters, so I'm gonna have to do what I can to make it affordable. That was an ad break. Fair enough. I guess it's cool it says that, because I don't talk as much during the ad break. Way off. Okay, the ad break's over. Yeah. I know, as I was saying, like I could at least, if I did make enough to actually do this, it would just mean that I would be able to make the game faster. Because I wouldn't have to spend as much time doing the other job too. But there's only 24 hours in the day, and 24 hours in the day, I'm probably gonna need at least 6 hours of sleep somewhere in there. I've been streaming like 8 to 11 hours on days. The thing is by the time I end stream, I often have so many more viewers. So it seems like I mostly average around 20. Antarctica or something? I mean, I think Antarctica would be depressing. Oh yeah. Still gotta sleep, It just means that the sun doesn't go down for like half the year. And then for the other half the year, it's night. Which would be like the most depressing thing ever. Could you imagine like 6 months of night? Where the only point of the day where like for like an hour it gets where it's like basically sunset and then goes right back to being dark again. And then the 6 hours of daylight where it just only occasionally gets dusk and then it goes right back to being light and you just hate your life. It sounds so miserable. At least if you live in Alaska, which is like, farthest, North US state. Um, they give you a yearly bonus for living there. The state does. I don't know how much it is. I think it's like 1,000 or something. Yeah, I remember the only way you could really live there is if you're a scientist. Because they just have the one settlement. Yeah, yearly bonus for living there. It comes from like the oil things up there or something, I've been told. You gotta live up there. Sounds awful. Yeah, just for living up there. Mm-hmm. Gotta be a citizen of Alaska, because we have, well, yeah, you basically, you get identification for whichever state you live in the US. So I'm a Californian. I live in California. I can go to the other states, but I file taxes for California itself because you have to file taxes for your state and taxes for the country. Isn't that fun? Then there's this thing I was working on, which I don't quite like yet. Maybe every other one could be large, small. I don't know. Yep. Yep. What's the FPS like right now? Actually pretty good. I keep telling people the FPS is so much better early on in the day, and it just gets worse. Oh. I have this so you can eat him. He'll appear back up here though, unfortunately. Get eated. Everything said, unfortunately, that when you those particular items, when you throw them in the thing, they respawn back. So when they hit one of these kill zones, so that kind of sucks. I don't think it'll actually float. I'm gonna make it though so you can yeet it off because it's like the Lion King, that meme where he just throws them instead. Yeah, I don't know. States are there's good things about here. Not every state even has sales tax. California's just a shithole. It is in fact the anus of the US. What the? Ew. Oh god. Ew. Ew. I like how giant they are. It's funny, but ew. Oh, let me turn this thing off. Causes errors. How big are these trees? Really? They're like 2.2. I see. That's a 1. A 5 is insane. 2, so like 1.2. Honestly, just 1. That means I gotta redo all these ones. Oh god, I don't want to do that. Probably gonna change some of these up so there's like rocks in a few of these too, so I'm not gonna just have all those. Yeah. There's upsides to living in the States. You can get paid by YouTube, I guess. You know, if you could ever get enough things to get monetized. Cool. Totally happening. It's not happening. Let us not pretend that it is happening. Oh. Then let us pretend the truth is not happening. Yes. Yes, indeed. Problem with this, you can easily just jump on it. So I don't really know how that works as far as Value Town. And just have a rock you can jump on. I'll put it in place of like this one here. And the purpose for this is so that you don't have to watch the Empress mechanic every 5 seconds. Because it gets really tedious to look at if it's over and over and over. But if it's just sometimes, not that bad. What is this? A lake thingy? Oh, thanks for the follow, Hugo. Rienzio. Thank you, thank you. And making a place to test out one of the new abilities that you get. It lets you let plants grow. Fortunately, it's not that fun if you have to make a bunch of plants grow. It's more fun if it's just the occasional plant grows, so I'm kind of fixing it so that this is not as big of a problem. I'll probably have a jump thing there, and then I'll have a few more plants growing out here. I need to redo these so that they are the right numbers. Well, the starting scale is off on these two, isn't it? Oh no. I guess it's not. I can just copy paste these ones too. I'm just going to copy paste them. Let me see if they're the right size. Anyway, let's just actually click on it so it actually does its normal speed. Still haven't made the High Priestess. Those are huge. Oh no. Actually, that's fine, actually. They're too big, so I have, you can actually just jump on these, though. These are the right size to jump on, so I need to make them smaller so you can't just jump on them. Because that's no fun. That's just jumpable. Supposedly jumpable. They're the right size right now. So the ending scale needs to be like 0.5. This is just slightly bigger, maybe like 0.6 or something, slightly bigger. This 0.6 would be like a little bit bigger. We'll make the starting scale point. Oh. I think you won't be able to target it because it'll hit the water instead. What actually needs to happen, this needs to be a 0.4. So it's sticking above the water. Oh. Maybe I make these a 0.3 instead. Like 0.3, 0.3, 0.4. Copy paste it a couple times just for funsies. More fun if they grow giant, though. This turtle thingy is kind of a bit ridiculous and probably makes my life harder than it needs to be. Giant size beer. Obviously ridiculous. Those are okay though. This is probably about the correct size. I wish you could shoot them through the water, but the problem is the ray trace just gets blocked by the water, so it doesn't really work. It's okay, but I wouldn't call it ideal. Be able to jump this. I'll test it. I'm gonna have meander a little more. Doop, doop, doop. Let's put some more rocks in here or something so that it's more interesting. Be careful not to have it stick through. Guess I can just put it on its side, honestly. Technically jump down to this, but if you do that, then you're screwed because, well, you don't have the Empress at that point. Guess I'm doing groups of 3, huh? I might remove a bunch of these too, potentially. I don't know. Maybe it's 4 to get back. This is assuming I can even make these jumps. Should be able to, though. I might put like a little deck over here or something like that. I'll just grab one of the splines and drag it down. Oh, random ad break. Nice. Could have it go out of the water some too. That would be kind of cooler. Sure, why not? I have some plans. So I guess I can push this over here. I'm just gonna get rid of this. And I'm gonna shrink this down a bunch. Too huge. 5,000? Yeah, fix that. No 5,000 crap. You know, I think I will have it, have it bend over there. Am I doing that? Okay, I just want to select the whole thing. Thank you. Maybe it goes out to here. Could even just sit on the water. Make it sit on the water. Well, you kind of want it to go over to the lip though, right? So maybe not directly on the water. Sure, I guess. Okay. Okay, so let's test it. Also, let's make this not the most painful thing in the world. Probably gonna have a little side path to go down here, I guess. Well, I guess technically just dropped out this way. Like, no, the thingy is terrible. Well, the actual little magic thingy on is tiny. Almost too tall for there. I think I need to raise the rock up or make the rock bigger. Rock's terrible. Make a thing where if the Empress is not currently equipped, don't show the thingy. But I guess to be fair, they all do that, right? Even the magician. I think they do. Why are you selected? You selected the whole time. It's weird. Hmm. Okay, I guess it's fine because it tells you can actually use the thingy on them. So maybe I do that. I guess I don't hate that. Okay, I almost changed it for one, but this should be the same for all of them. Technically, if you fail this challenge, it'll actually put you back where you need to go anyway, so you're not actually really having to do all that much special. I was just thinking about that. Like, you'll go here, you'll do this thing, but then where the camera keeps hitting that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just kind of a fun thingy. I could make it that you don't gain anything if you get sent back to a save point. That's true. There we go. Oh. Like I say, if you keel over dead, you'll just appear back up with the same thing outside here, so... Am I gonna be that guy? Am I gonna penalize you like by resetting you completely to the save thingy if you die? Or am I just gonna be like, you know, whatever? Important questions here. I'm just gonna leave it. I like the idea of it, and that's not... At least there's that. What's going on down here, though? At the cube friend thingies. Thought about putting weird little messages everywhere. These decals. Now I just kind of put the 3D text everywhere to save time. You're working the AI stuff. Kind of hard at working on levels the whole time. After a while, I start to feel pretty bankrupt on the ideas for levels. So I have to swap to something else, or just... It's kind of a problem, you know? These cubes were so much more useful when I couldn't grab things. Most things now are at the right height to grab, so it's like... It doesn't do a lot. Like, it does less than you'd think it would. I'm gonna grab one of these big fat ones here. Already scaled close to the size there, and I'm gonna fix this one here so it doesn't have this problem. Because at the end of the day, I want everything that can be gripped to have the same look. This way you know 100% that is what you can get. That's what you can grab. No ifs, ands, or buts. Exactly what to expect. I need to fix this one here. Giving you a top like this, you can grab it, but otherwise, not so much. This should probably just be raised up in general. I mean, I don't hate the being able to grab inside it either, but here. Why are there two of you? Why not just have one? Thing has been off kilter for so long. Not anymore. There's no real reason to grab this one. I don't even know I have it. I'll test something here. I think this is too high to grab, but you know, we'll find out. What's the worst that happens? Oh, okay. I can make that. Hell yeah. A little harder to make than I'm expecting, but hell yeah. Sure, I should probably turn these into those too, so I don't have to constantly keep changing them. I'm not using these pillars anywhere else though. It's just stuff for this one room. That's better. I'm curious. Well, it would help if I made the jump better than I just did. I know this one has a lot of shortcuts you can take on it, and I'm not sure if I want that. You most certainly can make that jump. It's okay if there's shortcuts. It's not like the worst thing if there isn't. There is. The only one that I'm concerned about, I think, was there was a shortcut you could take here. I think that's too much. I might need to make a change here. No, but I'm pretty certain you can't from this one. That's no fun. Good for. You have to make the jump. Not just do nothing. Oh, easy. That is not acceptable. We're changing this thing up here. You're not allowed to go that way. That is not acceptable. Be no problem. I don't need this one. I never even hit it. I don't need that one. This is an option, I suppose. I can space them a little more like this. A few less goodies. Honestly, I don't think I even need this one. You can just make this jump over to here. But it's not supposed to be the hardest room in the game or anything, so I'll leave the extra just for fun. Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't leave the extra for funsies. Maybe I just kind of mix it up a bit, you know? What I might do, put goodie boxes all over the place, because you can put additional keys in there to open the goodie boxes. Instead of having this weird crap here, I can have a goodie box. And make the goodie box smaller too. With goodies inside. Usually it's locked, so you have to try to get it open. Yeah, goodie boxes. There's goodies. I can change whatever message I want on there. Also, gotta match the decorum. Oh, you gotta take the kids somewhere? That's fair. You gotta deal with the kids. Really, kids being all demanding and needing you to spend time with them. Does that. I actually don't think this needs to be here. I haven't tweaked this one in a long time, but it just needs some tweaking because it just isn't, it's not like bad, but it could use more to it. Mix it up a little. It shouldn't just be you have to have the Hierophant active the whole time and run with it, necessarily. It is the first Hierophant room. Yeah, then you can easily just jump over here, and you just jump this, right? You don't even need the other. Yeah. And the last part is super easy. Yeah, just moving platforms around, getting rid of some things that just kind of were in the way. Making it so you can't jump straight off here onto just getting that too far. Can't just cheat your way through it. Huh. Oh, hopefully you get that job you applied for. Just saying, just saying. Be nice. Almost better if I just have these cupboards that can be opened and put those places instead of these things that can't be opened. Yeah, now there's something you can open, so it's something to do. So I need to make more, ideally I replace most every single thing with a blueprint to do stuff. Also, it's easier to do collision with the blueprints because you can always do different shapes and then make them invisible and not have any collision on a mesh. So I've been learning that it's better to do that than have, you know, complex mesh and things like that. Like instead I just make a wall of blueprint. So that's a thing. And I don't always think about. Definitely a drop off of viewers around this time. Interesting. Might go with super late tonight too, potentially. We'll see. I don't know. I might get lots of people watching, so it's kind of nice later on. I'm not gonna lie, the amount of time to stream is just, it's so much. And I still got things I got to get done for everything else too, so it's a lot. You know what? Instead of those, let's just make a pillar thingy or something, I guess. Do the backs of these pillars have holes in them? Of course they do. Huh. These have them too, though. Almost everything from the set had like the backs of them have holes in it. Well, no, maybe not. This one's didn't have a hole at all. Guess I could just make a pillar. Kind of like having the glass cases, but the problem is you can't. They're unopenable. I kind of want to replace everything that can't be opened because it's just it gives the wrong impression, you know? Like they've got handles. Why can't I open them? They can be open. I've been slowly replacing everything that can't be interacted with something that can be interacted with. I just think that's more fun. I want like couches that you can jump up and down on. Like I really want it where you can bounce on them. Not because I think it makes any difference gameplay wise. I just think it'd be kind of fun. I don't know how to deform these though. If I didn't have if it didn't have cushions on it, can I make a fake couch? I'm curious now because the idea of a bouncy thingy is a lot of fun. Okay, so let's see what we got here. I just need something that resembles a couch. Like this might be okay because I could probably put the cushions on it. Like I could put pillows on it that let you bounce. That's a lot flatter, so maybe that's what I do. They don't look as good as a couch, but it depends on this. There's pillows right here. Mesh pillow. Um, let's experiment because a lot of times I just make things that turn out to be really cool. And I really am learning that it's not that great to just put static meshes places. Not what I was thinking for a second there. I was the sad. It was not the sad. Ouch. I'll catch you later, Lepus. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with me and making this always more exciting. What do these look like? Really gonna get the job done, right? It's gonna have to be a big pillow. I assume so. So obviously not that. I'm just getting an idea how this will look. Could do something along these lines here and then just kind of rotate it a little bit so it's a little bit better. Right. Then I could just have them deform a little bit when you jump on them and then they'll launch you a bit. All springy. I mean, it now looks like a couch. I mean, it does. It looks like it's just straight up a couch, just the normal couch. Don't get me wrong, probably not gonna use that particular look to it. But I gotta admit, that turned out way better than expected. In a very short order. So let's. These are normally like 6, I believe, right? Let's say I default this to 6. Doing it wrong. Root to 6. Then I remove one of these crappy things and I put in my new custom couches. Alternate custom chairs too, but maybe I use these just because they're a different color. They don't match anything though. So I need to make a BP pillow. Fine. I'm gonna change the color real fast to see if I like the color better. I could do some other thing like something for everything. Let's go instant leather on those and then instant leather on the pillows. Now it looks surprisingly better than expected. Huh. Okay. Continue this mission here to make the bouncy couch. Because that's just more fun. Environment. Hello. Are these pillows better or that pillow? Those pillows are okay, but there's a pillow 3. I think pillow 3 might be better. Maybe. I could rotate it. There's no real space in between. So maybe Halo 3 is the thing. Got the default, I guess. Let's get rid of those then. Of the child. I'm saying I might make the instant leather bolt. Oh, oops. I'm half tempted to change the coloring on it just so it's a different variety of color, because there's a lot of the same color in this game. It's actually very square. Well, this pillow would be very different than it was. Hmm. Okay, so we'll do this. That instant leather is up. We could do that. I really like that because it looks weird. But the other part there is not great looking. That just looks very not soft now. Closer. There, yeah, we're getting there. Hello, viewers, at the moment. Okay, if they get really low at some point, I might just take a quieter night because you know what? Definitely put a lot of time into streaming lately. Doesn't make these pillows bounce. So, that a collision. The box is on. So, yeah, timeline for this one. Timeline. Make this 1 second long. Add a float track. And then that was like only half the thing. I was like, wait, what? Alright, but hey, that's hard. Um, what transform is what it is. So we're just going to have it shrink a little bit. It starts at 1. Look at the launcher code. Quick. I can avoid pesky thinking that is unnecessary. No, don't green arrow. Add an arrow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't reverse from in this because it'll launch the character. We'll make another timeline. We got a launch velocity to this thing. I just want to bounce on the couch. What happened? Hmm. Oh, doofus. What am I doing? The rotation. I don't need to set rotation. Stupid. Just set relative scale. Oh, I changed rotation of all things. It's weird. That time. Will make my bouncy couch. This will make me happy. I'll do this, and then make it look like it's flingier. Here, I thought I wouldn't have a bouncy couch. Imagine trying to deny me a bouncy couch. Make a bouncy bed, too. Oh my god. I can't land. I know why it's doing that. I do it on end. Pretty delayed launch. Very delayed. Very, very delayed. Hmm. Oh, that's why that one sucks. They hit the wrong thing. So that's the case. I'm actually just not going to put a sequence. I'm just going to put this at the end. thought the timing was just terrible. I was like, what the why? But they're just doing a full 5 seconds, and I'd have to wait like all this time, and now I don't. That's the rise of bouncy couch taking over. All couches would bouncy couch. Not question. It's got to snap faster than that. Boing. It's more fun than I was expecting. Positioning's a little off. Kind of land between them. I don't like that. Still, the rise of bouncy couch has begun. No longer am I beholden to the non-bouncy couches. All couches will be replaced with bouncy couch. Bouncy couch is the one true couch. Do not question. Now it has begun. We've come full circle. For once this room had no blueprints in it. Now it only has blueprints in it. The couch has been taken over by the blueprint menace. I shall now bounce upon all couches. Be excited to see couches. I don't think they even add to your jump at all either. I could increase the bounce. Rise to the one true bouncy couch. I feel like 1500. Maybe I can really bounce you. Wing. Wing. Ooh. I think the guys are launching at the pillow. That would shrink a lot. Like, you know, well, it's only shrinking on one axis, but still. Also, there's got audio instead. Wait 1 second or something. Do I have a boing? Pull over the top. Perfect. Actually, pitch multiplier maybe a little bit. Oh, right. Yeah. Modulator, actually. That seems better. I need a bouncy couch. Don't question it. Yep. I mean, tell me that's not exciting. I mean, it's probably a bit much. I'm gonna jump like that. I probably don't need to have that kind of a bounce. It is funny though. Boing. Boing. It's so over the top that it's just the best thing ever. All right, the rise of Bouncy Couch has begun. They will rule the day they challenge Bouncy Couch to being bouncy, I guess. Being rubbery and wonderful. Bouncy bed will be a thing too, probably. We'll see though on that one. The thing. Definitely. Nine people. So I don't need to make the bouncy yet though. But I am replacing this crappy couch. The legend of Bouncy Couch is true. Couches now get to go all kinds of places because they're fun to bounce on. I don't know where exactly, but they need to be bounced upon. Or is in a depressing location. It doesn't have to be a depressing location, right? I could always turn this sideways. I think it's so high up in the air. Wide couch. I don't think you need to jump this high. You can definitely jump over here. There's so much less lights than I originally had because I removed so many lights that were just incidentally lighting crap up. I'll include some of these things so you can get the thing, because one's not enough, right? It is. Put a couple of them in here to throw around. Here's the magician room. Need more rituals, more symbols and the like. Still though, we've got a lot of interactables. We're actually down to only like these weird things here are interactable, and the statues aren't interactable. To be honest, I don't know if I like these statues much. Let me test something because I think you don't need them. I've included so many ways to get well, actually, you don't have the magician before you have this. You would actually need it. There's no actual way up there. Yeah, I guess you would. Climbing it this way is kind of lame. They are technically a thing. Let's move that. Put a different material in this so it glows. Off on the red one. Our emissive is pretty high on that, so I don't know if I can actually. Oh, the emissive thingy, sure. Emissive seems so high. Where does it pick up the yellow from? I like this particular pipe here because I like my bouncy couch. Oh, I want so many things to interact with that are just stupid. I love Unreal Engine. You can do this kind of crap. It's probably slightly too high though, but I guess it does let me jump to an area you couldn't normally do. I gotta replace this chair. It's the crap chair. I left the crap chair in there. What I could do is this, and I might be able to make that jump. I wonder, is that a makeable jump? I'd rather have a lot of high flying across the furniture. course, I mean, the computer saying, you hear said, I'm flying across the furniture. Easy. That's the case. Effie's down here. That's lame. When I'm here. Those have been sitting there for like months. They look like Laura Croft, you know, store stuff here. I need to shrink this because it looked like Pop could try to go inside it, and I don't like that. I'm gonna be able to knock him over too, but nah. Okay, so everything you know except this clock is a blueprint. I hate this clock now because it's not a blueprint. Actually, this should be replaced too, for that matter. Hmm. I made a blueprint for that specifically. I don't think I did. But I could duplicate this one and borrow stuff off of it and just shove drawers in it. Not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a bio break real fast. Bye. Oh, I should make this so it's its own thing that I can use instead of having manually do this. And take this cabinet drawer and move it to the furniture thingy so I don't got to keep finding them later. As you know, uh, stuff be changing. Yo, stuff be changing. Bit redirectors so I don't have that problem. And I'm also going to make my own clock. Other clock or something. I don't know. I don't like that it's boring. No? Like I'm expecting a lot more out of my stuff than that, and I'm just sad. Definitely feeling the sad. Save everything. Yep. We're redoing this bookshelf to have drawers. Is the same bookshelf? It is. Look at that pint-sized little thing. Oh, dude. This one's not going to have level blocks in it. You could put level blocks on the drawers then too, so you could grab the drawers. But I can do that later. I don't gotta do that now. Because quite simply, that's why I use these child blueprints. I don't have to do that immediately. That's probably about right. Not that deep. Doesn't really fit very well at that point, I guess, but oh, 2.3, just slightly less. So it looks like the drawers are a little more split apart. Now, a little bit better looking. Not perfect, but better looking. You know, good enough that it looks like something your granny would buy. You know, something super heavy that nobody could ever move and nobody ever uses because it's so ridiculous. Yeah, something like that. Probably cost, 5 times more than it should have. Yes. Perfect. It was much smaller. Okay. Maybe all slightly reduce all these ones just a bit. That look better. Well, I guess this one, the ability to be slightly larger. That's not nothing. But they'd all have to be like 1.8 at that point. This is just a smaller base. 2 point. No, this is just 2, I guess. What if we do 2, 2, and 2? All let's just make it more even. I actually didn't even put one there on the other one. Okay. Hey Marcus, how's it going? Just in time to be just in time. This will not do what I want it to do. We'll try 2.2 then. Just like the, make them a little nicer later. You guys just have to make the assumption that this one's just going to be small. Or that. Also be that too. Pretty good. I've made good on a promise that I made to myself a while ago. I will show you this glorious thing that I have made. But you might also bask upon its greatness. So I've been making everything into blueprints because I can do more with them. So now, the bouncy couch is a thing. I might reduce the bounce height, but I like it, so. Whee! Makes the solution of this room slightly different too. Yeah, bounciness on the sofa. How exciting is that? Boing. I thought about it when I was talking to someone on how to do this. Like they had some method of deforming things. I don't know, whatever. My method It's a dumb method, but it works. My dumb method is that when you hit the box on these things, right? There's a little box in there. It does a timeline, and on that timeline, it just shrinks the z scale, right? From like 1 to 0.5 relative, and then it does the opposite. It makes it back to normal, and then it plays a sound and launches the player. And I just found a couch that was, didn't have anything on it, and just added those instead. Put pillows on top, made the pillows bouncy. I'm also gonna have a bouncing bed, because there is a bed, and so the bed must bounce. Because who doesn't want to bounce on the bed? It just has no. It doesn't have to even have to have a game function. It's just funny. Why wouldn't you bounce on the bed? I basically have this new plan to let people just kind of play with everything, even if it doesn't matter. Why not? Your little toy, enjoy it. Just all kinds of stupid. Oh, yes, the bouncy. Oh, yeah. That's how I'm doing it. Yo, I was like, this is a stupid, fun way to do it. It looks pretty good. Like, it looks like they bounce. I gotta make this bed bounce. I'll have to, I guess I'd do the covers too. It won't look as good. Yeah, I was talking to you about it. There you go. Yeah, it looks good enough. It's stupid. Is not the best way to do anything, but good enough for. Well, actually, now that they're kind of useful, and it has completed the most important thing of all, the thing that has changed everything. Just changed my entire worldview of how these things are done. This room now is literally all blueprints, except this pot. Yeah, I hate this pot now, but everything else is a blueprint. All the windows are blueprints. Yeah, it's funny. It looks so much better than I thought it would. I thought it would look okay, but yeah, it's just dumb. I'll probably do the same thing with the bed too. The same method. I can also change the well, let's make a bed. Right, all these years, game dev, what have we learned to do? Make beds. Yay! Why does this not have a picture? Weird. Whatever. So that's right. I'm all about ghetto solutions. Could I use a good solution? Sure. Again? Nah. I'm gonna drag one of these on here, so I don't gotta find it again in a second. But for the BP bed, we're gonna need 2 of these pillows anyway. So let's just move pillows onto here. Pillow and pillow. Why not? And then, do I leave the blankets off or put the blankets on? Because without the blankets, it would just be this thing, this here bending. I guess I can do the blankets as well. I have plans. They're bad ones. Right. All right. So I want this, and do I want the other stuff on here at all? I kind of think the answer is no. Nah, man. Nah. All right. Pillow should have the ability to they don't have that ability, do they? It'd be instance related, so as soon as I pulled it out into the thing, I could do it. I can also just dupe the pillows and make them white, which is probably better. You compile this really fast. What I could do is with it in the world. It's only funny because it was tiny. I'm just saying. Like I was suitably used by how tiny it was. Yeah, I can't change those that way, so I'm just gonna duplicate them individually, right? I really don't get out much, so you know. I need my amusement here. I'm gonna dupe the pillows. Call this bed pillow. Bed pillow. Yep, tiny bed. Well, the thing is I can use a tiny bed for Poppet too, and I could have Poppet jump on her bed. Same. But I'd want to make a special version for her. I could have lower numbers. It's I can't adjust the children. We were talking about that, the inability to adjust the children. Oh. Instead of catching some sleep before streaming today, I was like, I'm gonna get like 10,000 steps in so I can say I got exercise. I haven't been getting any exercise, and sometimes I wish I got the sleep, but I feel better because I got the exercise. There's definitely more than a few yawns going in earlier than normal. All right, so this is the bed pillow thingy. We're just gonna go over here and get ourselves some new stuff. Some sort of cloth is fine. Instant pillow. Mind if I do? Okay. DP bed. Nope. I didn't delete some, did I? Pillows? Alright, so we move one pillow over here. And we'll stretchy the pillow. Another pillow over here. Nice soul. We'll stretchy the pillow. Stretch the pillow. Girl's bed, so I assume that the pillows will be quite big on the bed. They do love their pillows. Yes, they do. Yes, indeed they do. We'll do 1.5 in both. They're just duplicated, but listen, I didn't do that. So, you know, there you go. And wherever you go, there you are. Wise words. Do not question. Okay, so we're once again going to duplicate a pillow here because I'm just too lazy to recode this. Mattress. It's just going to have both. At the end of the day, it's just going to have both. Like the blankets and that, because it's just easier to move them both at the same time. So that is what we are doing. What am I doing? There is a bed right over here. If I want to find something, I'll just browse to asset. A smart person. Mm-hmm. 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 Then I'll go here. I'm just going to place this with the mattress. Good times. That's not ugly. That's fine. Well, instant sheet is fine. We're also going to add some blankets. Some blankie. I love browse to asset. I'm a terrible person. Okay. Looks great. Slide that right on down. Here. Now in the event graph, we're also going to take this fine fellow here. Just gonna do both. Exact same thing. Will it look AAA? Nah. Will it look adorably stupid? Probably. And that's what matters. Did it look adorably stupid? Good. And then we're going to take this fine thingy here. Oh, that's a pillow. Bed. I need the bed. Isn't it cute? Let me shrink everything back to 1. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Well, it's actually, this is based upon the pillows, so it should actually be about the same, right? I just increased the size of the bed. Much easier to figure out everything from that point. All right. Looking pretty spicy. We just kind of slide that down in there. I know where to stick it. Oh my. Oh my. Slightly too wide though. That is true. 1.4. 1.45. 5 is fine. It just needs to be lighted over a tiny bit. And it's a little weird down there though, so I almost need to raise it up, right? Is that what needs to happen? Probably. That means I need to raise these up. Like so. Guess that fits a little better. Here. How big is this bed? 10? That's pretty big. I don't think it's supposed to be that big because everything else is like a 6, right? This couch is a 6. Chair is a 7, but I'm getting rid of some of these chairs because they suck. Also very laggy. Cool, thanks. Anyway, we'll default it to a 6. I can always, you know, make it bigger. 6 feels about what I want in life. That looks disappointingly small. Perhaps I don't like a 6. Perhaps an 8. 8's probably fine. 10 is sadness incarnate. Alright, it's time to test my new toy. Yes. I'm more excited by this than I should be. Yes. I don't get out much. No. There's no easy way up that. What is this even doing down here? I don't know. I require a way to get up to it just in case I fall off. So I can continuously jump on it more for no apparent reason other than I can. It will do. So I can reach that. E. He puts the chair there. He hops on the chair. Eh? Eh? Wing! Those work. Wing! Mattress. Also, I misspelled mattress. Bounce volume. What's what I effed up? Yes, the box is in the wrong location. So true. Oh. It was almost a good plan. But it wasn't. But it will be a good plan soon enough. Then the bouncing will commence. All these years of them saying not to jump on the bed. They can all suck it. Everyone watching his life, and my life too, has led to this moment. I'm just saying. This epic journey. Yeah, it does not look as good as I was hoping because the thingy looks way too big, but I'll make it smaller. And I need to shrink the blanket because the blanket is for some reason real big. I'm not sure why. It shouldn't be big. And yet, here it is. This one's going to be much less ridiculous. With a giant volume, it's obviously never going to look as good. That's 100%. That's okay. Yep. Now bounceful. This makes me happy. It looks like the blanket enlarged, right? Maybe I just seen the blanket as being larger in general, but it looks like it enlarged. I wish I could break it up to smaller areas and make it bounce more, but we can't really. But yeah, like after I jumped on it, did you see how that got really big? Why? Why did that get... It's not setting the, I'm only changing the Z. But, oh, I know why. It's 0.6, so this actually has to have a different number. Yeah, that's why I'm just setting it back to 1, but it's a 0.6, so it needs a separate one. Nope, it will not be a side scroller, Rodrigo. It's very much not a side scroller. It's a 3D game. 3D and side scroller don't exactly go together. That's way too much of a bounce, but it's still funny. Boing. I can do all that, but it already works. No point. The only thing that doesn't work is these don't go with, which sucks. Oh, they both kind of bounce. Woo! No one bounces more though. This is what we're making. Do not question. I need to be able to bounce in the bed though. It's important. It doesn't got to go down very much. It's a very ghetto looking effect. It is kind of funny though. They both have to have the same change. I'm gonna make it less. Because let's be real here, this is all about, you know, random fun things, and you know people want to jump on the bed. They're a tiny doll. They super want to jump on the bed. There's no world they don't want to jump on the bed. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, is a message on the... Unfortunately, because these aren't included with that, it doesn't bounce them both, which kind of sucks, but... It probably doesn't need to bounce this much, but... It's still pretty funny for what it is. The couch looks better. 100% the couch looks better. But... I probably should reduce the overall launch. Oh, I jumped on it. Oops. Boing. Oh, I didn't set it to spawn in, did I? So they'll never spawn it. No, it does. Put a nav mesh down. Interesting. Anyway. Got a nav mesh that can't exactly move. That's okay. You could work on Patrick more. Or Vu. I've been kind of enjoying the mechanics. Of making stuff. As opposed to the others. Actually, those particles suck. They just go clean through. I don't really like them very much. Yeah. Anyway, I guess I can put nav meshes down and show the new people stuff. Show them the kind of game it is, as opposed to me just dicking around making, you know, giant bed that bounce for no apparent reason other than I think it's hilarious. I wish to live my dream of being a tiny doll bouncing on beds. Yes, good enough. The entire basis of my coding life. Good enough. I do need to solve the distance loading thingy so I can have the background out there. That thing messes with Lumen quite a bit. You can't even get over the little thing, it's funny. Yeah, for the YouTube people watching, the game's called Poppet Quest. You play as a tiny doll, Poppet, whose woman was killed and her soul was put into a doll, and she's trying to escape a toy factory. She uses tarot cards as weapons. The main mechanic of the game, this is her dodge, so is that when you're in the dark, you gain your curse power back. It powers all the toys in the place and gives you the ability to use your tarot cards. Or if you lose your sanity, when your sanity hits 0, you die. You go back to the light, you get your sanity back, but your curse does not recover. So I hit the chat. This is the Fool. It's like her default weapon, or the first ones you get. Basically a giant sucker. It just beats things up. No. Mean. I have like triple damage on, so it shouldn't take as long to beat him up. This is the Magician. It manipulates objects in the environment, such as turning lights on, or picking up objects, or opening doors for that matter. I don't have it currently equipped, but where's the star at? Right here. The star trades sanity for health and health for sanity, depending upon which you want. Some will help as it explode. I actually hit him a whole bunch of times. OP, OP. Bowling. Hit. Well, as a superpower, it grows huge. Can't even see it at the moment. I guess I didn't use it. There we go. Probably got knocked out of it. Come back and fight. Doesn't want to go down. He died. Ooh, ooh. I will now celebrate by growing pumpkins. I don't know why that one's hovering and away from everything else, but that's okay. B. I'll drop back down for funsies here. Land on the light. Sometimes you have a pot on your head. Don't question it. Yep, not a side scroller. Not a side scroller. The side scrolling counts as being 3D. Good here. Yes. Falls under the enough strategy. Good enough, yeah. Still working on this room. Gotta keep bouncing around between what I'm working on. I was gonna do some AI tonight, but I'm guessing doing that tomorrow. I don't feel like doing it tonight. I've been almost let's see. I'm 7 hours and 47 minutes into the stream. I don't think I want to start AI at 7 hours and 47 minutes into the stream. That's kind of a weird time to start. I might still do it anyway. I might just my own words on that one. But, you know, I like to delude myself at least a little. I forgot I had this over here. The room is just loaded down with Empress puzzles. I'm gonna put even more, honestly. The game just needs all the collectibles thrown in and the enemies. Like, so much of the game is good to go other than that kind of stuff, but... Whoa. Hot in it. That's interesting. No, that was a thing. How does this even happen? Oh no! Hmm. Hmm. It's actually on complex collision that was doing that. That's weird. How does that even work? I'll get stuck in it maybe, but I don't know. It seems like you get stuck in it anyway on this one. That's weird because it was working earlier. I was like, these are perfect. Are they? Are they really? I didn't jump. Sometimes keyboard and mouse tech is not the best tech. I should really be working on the Vu fight because, you know, Patrick's okay. And once I reduce the damage and give him more health, it'll be much better. Occasionally some of things hit a few more times than they're supposed to. That's notable. And I jumped twice. I don't know why I did that. Apparently I can walk on that wall though. I guess there's something sticking through there just enough to do it. Today I learned something new. That worked better. Okay, while you're falling, never do this. Is what I just learned. There's no lights. I'm so used to there being a million lights, and there's no longer a million lights in the game. Quite literally, there's just no lights in the game at all. Because, I removed a bunch of... I just shrunk them way down. It wouldn't affect from the other rooms, which means that now I have to go through and actually add lights in so she doesn't die. Because these lights now only have a much smaller area, even though it looks a little more lit than you would think. Could actually make the whole thing darker. It's true. I recently upped the overall everything. Lighting. These emissives are so weird because they kind of give a bizarre return on lighting that isn't very nice. I was also removing lights from the walls because of the issue of it going through the walls, which I don't like, which means I need to add a lot more lights. Okay. I almost want the light to be on the other side. I don't know, do I? There's just not a lot of lights on this. Well, all the other ones are on that side, so technically I should probably put this in this side too, because they're going to wonder why it doesn't match, and that's fair. I could technically put it on both sides, but that's a lot of extra lights, and I think I want that. Light hanging down from the center would actually probably be the best option, because then it would kind of light everything. Hmm. I blame the alcohol. Good sir. Not horrible. Lantern hook, nah. Hmm. Instead of these things, I just have those. That'd be cooler. They just kind of hang out underneath. Not horrible, but I know it's a little small. Yes. Little bits. Yeah, something like that. And before I move a million of these around, let's just go ahead and put it right in the Safari room. Now when I do put, it'll all be in the Safari room. It will look way better than that. As of course it does. I'll put lots of little, like, arches. Not everywhere, but in a few places. Placement. Those are definitely nicer. Really weird that the um lighting doesn't quite get there, you know? The fact that those reach is pretty good. Is a light source. Yeah, definitely better. That looks so much better with the rails and stuff. It's broken a weird bit, okay. Oops. Popping, sitting so long. Elbows are. Am I working on then? Go in this room. I guess I could try to fix the atrocity. Did not make it better. There you go. I definitely like the weird pathways. It reminds me of going through the woods and any of those parks where they're well done and everything like that, where they go out of their way to make everything nice and they just have these bizarre winding paths all over the place. Exactly that. I don't want to do this bottom area yet. Hmm. Something. Something. Don't need the pirate area yet, so eh. It's only 6:40 a.m. I guess it's because I didn't sleep before. Because I've been going like 9 or 10 hours every a lot of time. On top of my normal work day. Been over 10 hours every day so far. Week. Hmm. Hmm. All right, so I have to do those two. I don't really want to work in that room yet. See here now. Maybe I could work on the AI thingy. I've done a whole bunch of changes to the environment that have helped. Oh, I was going to replace this. That's right. Made the blueprint and everything and never replaced it. All that hard work for nothing. Flat nothing. An agent since I moved that shelf. There's you. I mean, there's definitely some changes I got to make to this dumb thing because the reality is that it's got holes in it anyway. Uh, in this case, the grandpa clock. Fortunately, it has hands, though they look like they're broken. This. This would be like amazing if I could actually use anything on it. Perfect clock to put places. Sadly, I cannot do this thing as I have suggested. Not possible. When you really just want a clock that has no hands on it. I have an idea. I can fix this. I can fix her. The solution's actually much easier than you think it is. We'll just find it this way. Probably call the cube. We call it a somewhat early night tonight after this clock. Early being, it'll probably be like have been 8.5 hours or maybe almost 9 hours, but An outbreak in progress, sure. I said that. Yeah, I've just been kind of hard at it. Out there, streaming away, building the things here. I do like to build more than I probably should. I was making a grandfather clock. Because the other one is lame. Mostly I'm repairing the grandfather clock that's already there. Recycle, reduce, reuse. How's your day going? You've wandered by. I keep Poppet from getting into this thing. I think to work? Fair. Well, before you go, you can see my greatest invention. Change the fate of the world. Of Poppet Quest. Just Poppet Quest. Fun, fun. See if I can find this thing here. I'm apparently blind. Yes. Yes, indeed. Push button? There's a very important thing here. The bouncy couch is a great. Boing. Apparently I didn't bounce. They can bounce too. Ha ha! Everyone's bouncing. That's funny. Eee, that one flew up there too. Oh, I guess hit the side of it and that's good enough, huh? Interesting. We'll use the other side of the star then. Health, 4 sanity. Yes, the couch bounce is great. I don't know why I switched the Empress on to number 2. That's stupid. You basically need the Magician for everything. I can launch myself into the save box. Yay! Change numbers here. Bit laggy, but you know, that's a thing. And yeah. I don't know when the last time you saw stuff was. I think it's probably just yesterday, right? Or was it the other day? I don't even know. Hard to say what's even new. I made an entire Empress, you know, thing down here to jump on through. Which is exciting, I guess. Finally finished all the rails on these. I guess yesterday I was made a little Zeppelin. Saw the Zeppelin. Oh yeah. Turtle was necessary. You can even eat the little turtle off the top. I had to make it so it doesn't get returned though when you do that. It just kills it or something because it's funnier. Like, eat off the boat. Oh. So this is the chariot. Pew pew pew. Aim's way off though. Apparently. Can't really see where it's going. But still. I'll fly the chariot through all these things. Well, thanks. Yeah. I fixed all the lights too so they don't hit anywhere near as much area and the ones from the other rooms aren't hitting you, so now I gotta go through and actually fix all the stuff so that the I have to have more lights because I weakened all the lights in the game. I also used to having near infinite lights. Pew pew pew. I definitely want to make everything like playable, like, or just almost basically able to interact with almost everything. Definitely see the lag going on though from the longer I stream. It gets pretty bad. Pretty bad. I brought back the cube puzzles. Because why not, right? Who doesn't like cubes? Broke. Did that break? Okay, just checking. Yeah. Restream chat broke. So I thought it disconnected me from all the streaming things, and I was like, no. There it is again. Yeah, anyway. Back. There's a weird issue with the magician thingies. Anyway, I put the light cubes back in, and the light cubes are just roving lights, but they shrink while you're holding them, so you have to move them quickly. You can throw them into these places here. Oh, thanks. And good luck at work. Doing the light up in here is pretty good, I hear. Making that jump is harder than I thought. That particular one is so short. I'll have to have secret ways up on things. Oh. Go back to just raid someone. If we're starting to feel the exhaustion. If I even have that good raid. That guy. I guess I haven't raided Hadamus in a... Anyway, gonna set up a raid. I'll say goodbye to YouTube since I can't actually raid with them. But I'll be back tomorrow night around the same time. Well, 8.5 hours previous to now, anyway. Often I go longer, but in a long week. Like 10.5 hour streams each day. Plus work. A lot of hours. So yeah, I'll say goodbye to YouTube and I'll send the other people over to raid someone. Later, YouTube.